have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me, so I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. When I was 15, a long time ago, as I'm 60 now, I was growing up in a tiny village called New Galloway in the wilds of southwest Scotland. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house when I noticed that the lights were on in the old reading room, a building at least 300 years old. Back then, it was used for carpet bowl games, but I knew that it was the wrong night for that. It should have been shut. Yet as I walked closer, I could hear people talking, laughing, the sounds of a game in full swing. Curious and a bit puzzled, I went through the gate and up to the door. Oddly, it was locked. I walked around the side and peered through the window and froze. The room was completely dark and empty. No people, no lights. My heart started racing. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I heard a laugh. Low, chilling, unmistakably sinister. Yet no one was there. In that moment, fear took over, and I ran like hell. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Even now, as an old man, I can say with certainty that laugh was pure evil. I hope I never hear anything like that again. Later, I found out the grim history behind that building. Years earlier, the caretaker had hanged himself from one of the rafters. His body was discovered when people arrived for their weekly bowls game. Even now, I still have nightmares about that night. This happened on a Sunday morning in 1961 in my home area of eastern Kentucky when I was 19 years old. I was driving on a winding mountain road during a light rainstorm on my way to visit my girlfriend at her parents' rural home. Coming down a steep road cut into the left side of a mountain, my car slid into a ditch against the mountain. Then it skidded across the road and over a cliff, a drop of about 100 feet into a creek bed. The car rolled a couple of times before landing upright. I managed to get out, seemingly with just some cuts on my arms from the broken glass. Standing there, I realized I was about 20 miles from town, in a sparsely traveled area, on a Sunday morning when most people would be in church. This was long before the days of EMS, 911, or cell phones. I knew I had to climb up the cliff to the road. Otherwise, no one would ever know I was down there. When I bent forward to grab a small tree for support, something warm and wet began pouring down my face. I reached up and felt the top of my head. To my horror, I could feel my skull. A huge gash stretched across the top of my head, ear to ear, and my scalp was hanging down the back of my neck. Somehow, I managed to pull it back into place and attempted to climb again. As I leaned forward once more, I noticed something up the mountain to the right, about 75 yards away. A small house built into the hillside. It had a short dirt road leading to it from the main road. Despite having driven this road many times, I'd never seen this house before. It wasn't even visible from the main road. Near the house, there was an old car. A man sat at the edge of his porch. When he saw me, he stood, walked to his car, and backed it out to the main road, stopping above where I was. Rolling down the passenger window, he called out, "If you can get up here, I can take you to town to the hospital." He didn't offer to come down to help. Determined, I grabbed a sapling and began the difficult climb. Somehow I made it to his car and got in. The man looked to be about 30 years old, thin, dressed in slacks, a shirt, and a fedora hat. His car appeared to be from the early 1950s. As we drove toward Paintsville, about 25 minutes away, he only spoke once. "You're losing a lot of blood," he said. "I saw wounds like this in the war, and if you don't stop the bleeding, you'll die. Take my coat, hold it against the top of your head, press hard." He handed me a light jacket that had been lying between us on the seat. When we reached the outskirts of town, he said, "Which hospital do you want to go to?" I told him to take me to the downtown clinic where my mother worked. In about 5 minutes, we were there. He stopped the car and said, "I can't get out, but do you think you can make it in?" I nodded, thanked him, and stumbled inside. I must have left his car soaked in blood and ruined his jacket. The hospital staff stitched up my scalp, 55 stitches in total, and gave me a blood transfusion. I stayed there for a few days, but made a full recovery. When I got home, my father told me that he'd had the car pulled from the cliff. It was totaled. Then he said, "We need to go back out to that man's house, thank him, see about cleaning his car." And that's when things got strange. When we reached the little road leading to the house, we found it completely overgrown with waist-high weeds. There were no tire tracks or signs that a car had been there. It had only been 3 days since the accident. Not nearly enough time for the weeds to grow like that. I distinctly remembered his car being parked on that road. We parked the car at the edge and walked through the weeds to the house. It was small, simple frame, a one-bedroom, kitchen, living room, front and back porch, and likely an outhouse, but it was abandoned. Some windows were broken, and there was no furniture inside. This was a rural area where everyone knew everyone else, so I asked my girlfriend's family about the house. They told me it had been empty for a long time, and no one recognized the man who had helped me. That's where the story ends. 60 years have passed, and I still wonder about that day. Why wouldn't the man get out of his car? Why was he there at that house at exactly the right time? Was he just passing through? He seemed familiar with the town. He knew about the 2 hospitals, how to get me to one. And if he didn't live there, how did he know about the house when it wasn't visible from the main road? He must have been a World War II veteran, judging by his age and the reference to the war, though it could have been the Korean War. But how was his car parked on a road that was completely overgrown just days later? Did I remember everything correctly, given my head injury? I've often thought that he was sent there to save me, though some might say it was just unbelievable luck. If not for him, I might have bled to death before anyone found me. Now that I'm 79, I've shared this story with others, some of whom have had similar experiences. Many believe the man was an angel sent to save me. Maybe that's the only explanation I need. I used to live alone in a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed against one wall, a tiny kitchenette, and a window that overlooked a quiet street. It wasn't an old building, no tragic history or urban legends that I knew of, just an average place, the kind you'd barely remember after moving out, except for the whispering. The first time it happened, I was half asleep, drifting in and out of dreams, when I felt it, something murmuring softly in my ear. A low, breathy sound, unintelligible but right there. It wasn't the distant hum of the city outside or the neighbors through the walls. This was close, way too close. I startled awake, blinking into the dark, but the room was silent. Just the soft whir of the mini fridge and the occasional creak from the pipes. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. Some weird trick of my half-conscious mind. I turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and went back to sleep. But then it happened again. This time it yanked me awake. Not just the sound, the sensation. A rush of warm breath, tickling the fine hairs on my ear. My whole body went rigid. The whisper was gone the second my eyes snapped open, but I'd felt it. A physical presence, like someone had been there. I sat up. My apartment was small. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Still, I scanned the room. My gaze flickering from the bathroom door to the shadowed corners near my bookshelf. Nothing. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a lingering dream. Maybe the sensation was just my own pulse in my ear. Another trick, this time of my nervous system. Maybe. But the next time, I knew for sure. I'd gone to bed uneasy, my thoughts cycling back to those strange wake-ups. I told myself I was just on edge, that I'd be fine if I'd stopped thinking about it. But deep down, I was waiting for it to happen again, and it did. A whisper, not words, just a low, urgent sound. But this time, I wasn't groggy. This time I woke up fully, instantly, and I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, not exactly, but I felt it. Something standing at the side of my bed. Not just an impression, not just paranoia. There was weight to the air, a pressure, like the presence of someone looming too close. My whole body locked up and I didn't move. I don't even think I was breathing. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, every inch of me screaming to run, to move, to do anything. But I couldn't. Then the whisper came back. Not at my ear this time. Above me, like someone leaning over. I bolted upright, gasping, and slapped the light on so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. The room was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned the TV on, let the voices fill the room, forced myself to stay awake until the sun came up. And after that, it never happened again. Not the next night, not ever. Like it knew that I'd really felt it this time. Like whatever had been whispering to me had been waiting for me to wake up fully, to notice it. And once I did, it was done. I still think about it sometimes, wondering if it was sleep paralysis or some sort of glitch, some kind of waking dream. But I know what I felt. And I know that for those last few seconds, I wasn't alone in that room. I was young when this happened, maybe 7 or 8. My great-grandmother's house was old, smelled like lavender and dust, and every creaky wooden floorboard had its own memory, I'm sure of it. It wasn't a scary house, not exactly, but something about it always made me feel like I wasn't alone there. One evening, I was walking through the hallway toward the den, the dim glow of a single lamp stretching my shadow along the floor. The adults were talking in the kitchen, their voices drifting faintly through the house. I wasn't paying much attention to anything but my shadow, just wandering the way kids do when they're bored. And that's when I noticed something in the darkened sitting room. It was a shape. It was crouched behind the love seat, just visible past the armrest. At first I thought maybe it was a shadow of something else, a trick of the light, my eyes adjusting to the dimness of the room. But the longer I looked at it, the more certain I was that it was someone. Except it wasn't. It had the shape of a person, but not the substance. The figure was glowing, white, with hints of gold shimmering along its outline, like candlelight flickering against glass. It had no features, no face, no clothes, just a smooth, radiant silhouette that pulsed slightly, as if it were breathing. And it was moving, not standing, not walking, but beckoning. It didn't have hands, not really, but I knew it was calling me. A slow, deliberate motion, like someone coaxing a child forward with an outstretched palm. I could have run, but I didn't. I stood frozen in the doorway. It didn't feel evil exactly, but it wasn't comforting either. It was just there, watching. The air around me did feel heavy, like the room itself was closing in. The faint voices from the kitchen seemed impossibly far away. The golden glow of the figure was the only thing that felt real. Then the floor creaked behind me. I spun around, expecting to see my mom or one of my relatives, but no one was there. When I turned back, the figure was gone. Just empty space behind the love seat. No shadows, no shapes. I didn't go into that room again for the rest of our visit. Years later, I can't help but still wonder what it was. A spirit, a memory imprinted on the house. Something that had been there long before me, waiting for someone to notice, maybe. It never felt like it wanted to hurt me, but I was still afraid. I know most people usually get excited about concerts, but I'm just not a fan. I've got pretty sensitive hearing, and crowds make me claustrophobic. But I still tried it once. I went to a Nirvana concert in Seattle when I was 20, and I almost didn't make it out alive. Having never been to a concert before, I guess I was expecting seats, but I would learn that we would just be standing in a large crowd of people in the middle of the floor. I don't remember much about the actual performance either. My best friend was supposed to go with her boyfriend, but they broke up a few days before the concert. She was pretty upset, and I agreed to go with her. I do love Nirvana, so I figured I could suck it up and go for her sake. Not 15 minutes into being there, my friend's ex found us. He managed to find a friend with an extra ticket and arrived early, so he'd have plenty of time to find Megan. I tried to pull her away, but I could tell by the look on her face that she'd already decided to forgive him again. She played hard to get all the way until we got to our standing spot, I guess. But that's when she ditched me. I was insanely furious. I knew she wasn't coming back. Less than 10 minutes after Megan left, a creepy older guy came up to me. I could hear him trying to say something to me over the music, something that sounded like, "Are you alone?" Assuming that's what he said, I said my boyfriend would be back any minute, hoping he would take the hint and leave. But he didn't. Instead, he made a joke about keeping his seat warm, so no weirdos could try to hit on me, of course. Obviously, standing, that wasn't necessary, and for other reasons, it wasn't necessary either. I told him so much. And then he launched into a story about the time he met Kurt Cobain backstage, which was complete bullshit. I must have looked as uncomfortable as I felt, because two bikers stopped as they were passing by. The taller one asked if I was okay, but the creepy guy answered before I could get a word out. He tried to call me his girlfriend, but I wasn't having it. I yelled that I'd never seen him before, and backed away as far as the crowd would let me. The bikers scared him off and tried to say that he was just another drunk idiot, but I'm rarely so lucky. As the stadium filled, I watched for him as much as I did for Megan, even though the chances of seeing her were slim to none. I didn't notice him again until halfway through the second or third song. While everyone else was watching the band, I was watching for his loud neon headband. He managed to find a spot in the row behind me, but he looked away the moment our eyes met. However, I still saw the furious expression on his face. I wanted to see how long it took for him to glance back in my direction, and it was even faster than I expected. When he saw I was still looking, he didn't turn away again. This time, he gave the most menacing grin I've ever seen, as he looked from me to the spot next to me and back with a wink. I only took my eyes off of him for a second, but he was gone when I turned back. I jumped at every movement from the corner of my eye as I waited for him to reappear next to me. But one song faded into another without any sight of him. At one point, a different guy came over to offer me a drink, but I was too paranoid to take it, and he was quick to disappear back into the crowd. When the show finally ended, there was still no sign of Megan. I looked for her all over, but the crowd eventually thinned out enough for me to spot the creepy guy again, and he was still watching me. When he realized I saw him, he tried to walk off in the other direction, but I knew he wasn't going to give up so easily after waiting that long. I didn't want the crowd to get too thin, so I fell in behind a big group heading toward the parking lot. Unfortunately, Megan's car was parked at the very back, and I watched in horror as my group dwindled down to just a couple, almost too drunk to stand. Across a few rows of vehicles, there was another large group crowded around someone's fancy car. I decided to try my luck over there. I was about halfway across when I passed a cluster of large trucks, and a hand clamped over my mouth. I couldn't make a sound as I was dragged between the trucks and slammed against the side of a black Ford. It was the same guy, and he looked angrier than ever. He kept one hand over my mouth, and the other had a tight grip on my left arm. I could smell weed and liquor all over him as he ranted about what a pretentious bitch I was, and I thought he was going to kill me. The longer he talked, the tighter his grip became, and there wasn't another soul in sight from between those huge trucks. Finally, He pointed to a red Chevy a few rows ahead and said it was his. He meant to get me inside, and I made a point to tune out everything he said after that. My only concern was preparing to scream as loudly as possible the moment we were within view of other people. Once we were a few steps away from the big trucks, I could see the same crowd from before still gathered around the fancy car. Then, right at the back of the group, I saw Megan, and she was looking right at me. I screamed her name so loud my voice cracked, and I saw the confusion on her face turn to fear as she took in the situation. The grip on my arm became so tight I thought the bone would break, but the stranger decided to cut his losses when he saw Rick and several of his friends running straight towards us. I was crying tears of relief even as I was thrown to the ground. I didn't move as the man took off, and I didn't say a word when Megan helped me up. I just took her keys and stole her car. I knew that she would leave with Rick and pick it up the next day, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of concerts. I'm a social worker and counselor in Michigan. I've worked in the youth department for the past decade. The stories most of these kids have could fill pages alone, but we're talking about witches. Yes, witches. I want to preface this by saying and emphasizing that when I say I can rock a mean poker face, I mean it. I secretly pride myself on keeping my face and body calm when I'm approached in a frantic manner. At work, nobody's seen me break. I don't believe the workplace is where you should bring your home issues. As is the same when they say, don't bring your work home with you. Although, if I was asked this question on a company survey, I'd say that you should feel comfortable to express your emotions at work. Because I know this is a personal bias of mine, one that I shouldn't expect from others. So, long story short, I don't let others affect my day. Whatever's going on in my life, whatever kind of morning I've had, when I get to work, it's like stepping into another dimension. One with distractions and threads to their own stories, unattached from the ones at home. In May, a new girl started working in our office. We'll call her Annie. She's nice on all accounts, and I don't believe what she's doing is intended to be scary. Between you and me, she gives off a very interesting vibe, possibly on the spectrum. She's very honest with the things she says, like telling a coworker that she liked the way his hair looked before he cut it. She wears cat ear headphones when the atmosphere gets too loud around her. You know, that kind of stuff. But those aren't the things I'm referring to when I say scary. Those are by all means super normal behaviors that I've seen a million times. Again, this is about witches. A few weeks ago, my wife and I had gotten into a pretty big argument the night before that lasted into the morning. But when I got to work, I was pleasant, and I acted with the same work attitude I do on all other days. I was actually leaned over at the front desk, making our little old secretary laugh, as I do, when Annie walks in the front doors. I turn around and I tell her, "Good morning," rather jovial. And she says, "Oh, you're feeling rough today, huh?" I'm like, "What? No, it's a great day." And she just looks at me for a little too long, then continues in the direction she'd been walking. I remember the secretary looking at me, confused. We shared a smile and sort of shrugged our shoulders, and I carried on with my day. But it really threw me off. I reflected all day on how my demeanor could have changed enough for her to say that. Then last week, and I know this sounds so silly, but my goldfish died. She was part of my family for the last 10 years. We'd just replaced her tank with a bigger one. We think the stress of the change was too much. Honestly, it was heartbreaking. I still tear up when I spend too much time thinking about it. The day I return to work, Annie walks up to me and says, "I'm so sorry for your loss." I was so caught off guard, emotionally fragile, that I didn't even deflect or deny how I was feeling. Her statement brought tears to my eyes, all I could say was thank you. Before that, I'd been fine, but after that, I walked to my car, called my boss, and faked an illness so I could just leave that day. It was like she pulled and unearthed the emotion I'd buried. Was the veil of my poker face thinner than I imagined it? Had the others around me also noticed but chose not to speak of it? The next day, feeling overwhelmed with curiosity, I asked Annie how she knew. How did she know how I was feeling, what had happened? I wasn't prepared for her response. Annie tells me that she can see things, people's energy, events. She says that she can't help it. It's like a magic power that she's had since she was a baby. Like auras, I ask her. She tells me, yes, but it's more. She says that she goes beyond linking colors to emotions. That she can also sense what's happened or is happening to someone. Like a psychic or a telepath? I didn't say this one out loud, but she answers me without skipping a beat. Sort of like a psychic or telepathy, sure. I knew you'd had a fight with your wife because your thoughts were really heavily focused on resolving that. You were really beating yourself up about the fact that you hadn't already done that, right? She looks at me for confirmation, and though dumbfounded, I manage to shake my head, signaling, yes, you're eerily correct. Then she continues, saying that her mom had it too, but that she didn't actively practice witchcraft like her mother and grandmother. Her response threw me for such a loop that I just said, oh, cool. And then it was back to whatever she'd come to ask me about. So maybe this is silly. I don't know how to feel about this. It feels like it's on the verge of being intrusive, violation of privacy somehow. But I obviously can't go to HR with a complaint about a coworker reading my thoughts. With an email like that, I'd be pulled into the office way before she was. Then, the more I think about the field of work we're in, the more I can't help but feel like Annie might be a real asset. So conflicted, truly. So please, any advice would be greatly appreciated. What do I do, if anything, about Annie? In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers. But no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive. In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. but he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks? So I thought I would share the story about when my granddad killed my dad's best friend. It happened back in the late 70s when Dad was 20 and still living at home. His friend Matt and Matt's girlfriend Becky, they were all listening to music in his room when another friend wanted to take them to a party. Well, they all went and had a great time until eventually they were driven back. By this point, it was the middle of the night. Matt and Becky were ready to go home, but they couldn't find their car keys. Finally, they decided it would be best to drive Becky home in Granddad's van and then come back to look some more. First off, the thing about this Granddad is that he was in World War II, and he struggled with PTSD for the rest of his life. He passed away when I was only 6, so I was too young to understand his behavior. For the most part, I was just afraid of him, mainly because he would be nice one minute and yelling the next. Then again, I was only around him a few times a year. And second off, the van had one of those bench seats in the front. I honestly don't know what to call them. It was one long seat that sat 3 instead of 2 individuals. Dad was on the driver's side, window down. Becky was in the middle, and Matt was on the passenger side. Dad leaned forward to put the key in the ignition, and at the exact same second, there was a loud bang as something whizzed past the back of his head. Along with a sound he couldn't quite put words to, he also heard Becky's heart-stopping screams. Before he could understand what happened, he heard the sound of my grandmother screaming. She was crying, "It's Danny, stop! It's Danny, stop!" When Dad turned towards the sound of her voice, he saw my granddad standing outside of his window with a gun pointed directly at his head. And the look on his face said that he was having one of his flashbacks. Dad instantly understood what had caused the loud bang and what had brushed his hair as it whizzed past. Meanwhile, Becky was still screaming. He describes the second it took him to turn his head as the longest moment of his life. So many thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind that it felt like hours were passing. Then, he finally saw the extent of damage done. The bullet hadn't struck Becky as he'd thought. It went straight through Matt's temple. Dad's best friend was now slumped against the window, dead, and his girlfriend was covered in his blood. The police came, but no criminal charges were filed. Since Granddad had been in the war and had a well-documented history of PTSD, he was only required to participate in court-mandated therapy. But again, this was the 70s. They were probably still calling it shell shock for all I know. Either way, no one made my grandfather stick to those appointments. He went for a few weeks and decided that they were making him worse, so he stopped going. Things never really were right between my dad and grandfather again, but they made a sort of peace with one another before Granddad passed away. It really goes to show you, we have absolutely no idea how long any of us will be here. Tragedy can literally strike anytime, anywhere. The summer after 5th grade, my family moved into a big house in a rural area. We didn't have any neighbors, and the woods were thick around our property. My brother Nicky is 2 years older, and listening to creepypastas was one of our favorite things to do. Much of our time was spent looking for Slender Man or trying to contact spirits, but our favorites were the black-eyed children. One day, we found a story where somebody mentioned a sound that attracts the black-eyed children. The guy had set up his laptop next to a window where the audio could loop all night, and it actually worked. We recorded our own copy of the audio, albeit much lower quality, and set up a speaker in our room window. After 3 nights of nothing happening, we started getting bored. As kids, it's easy to believe anything for a little while, but eventually reality rears its ugly head and you start to see behind the magic curtain. Still, we decided to leave it up one more time and just go out with a bang. We kept watch all night. It made things interesting again. The skies were clear with a bright full moon, and we could see our entire backyard all the way to the tree line. Nicky made me take first shift, and we handed off the binoculars every hour. Not gonna lie, we lost interest pretty fast. It sounded fun in theory, but 2 young boys can only stare out a window for so long. I fell asleep during the midnight watch and woke up to my brother slamming the computer shut and closing the blinds. He was absolutely terrified. When he turned towards me, I could see the tears streaming down his cheeks. It was so genuine that the thought of him pulling a prank never even occurred to me. Before I could speak, he placed a finger over his lips with one hand and pointed to the window with the other. He clearly wanted me to look outside, but his entire body was visibly shaking, and I wasn't sure I wanted to share that feeling. Ultimately, he didn't give me much of a choice. Slowly pulling back a corner of the curtain, my eyes searched for anything unusual. Nicky wouldn't tell me what he saw, but I had a pretty good idea of what I was looking for. When I didn't immediately see anything, I began to think that he actually had imagined it, or that whatever he saw was gone. Then he said to look straight ahead, into the woods. It took a moment for my eyes to separate the tangled shadows just behind the tree line, but once I did, the outline of a person was clearly visible. It was someone short, too, like a child around our age. I sank to the floor, speechless and terrified. We sat like that for what seemed like a long time before Nicky finally spoke. He's always taken the protective big brother role very seriously, and seeing how frightened I was helped him control his own fear. He reminded me that the children had to be invited inside, that as long as we didn't open the door, we were safe. But I was worried about our parents. His face fell. We both knew that neither of them would think twice about letting a kid inside, especially if it seemed like they were in distress. We stayed up the rest of the night to keep an eye on the shadow figure. Each time we looked out, they were standing in the exact same place, until sometime after 3, and then they were just gone. We slept for a few hours after sunrise, but we were too frightened to play outside that day. Mom thought it was strange, but she didn't push the issue. We weren't really sure if we should tell our parents. There was no question that they wouldn't believe us. And more likely than not, the only solution would probably be to ban us from creepypastas. There was no point in taking away our scary stories after learning not to play with otherworldly forces. So we suffered in terrified silence. That night, neither of us could sleep because we kept wondering if the kid was back. Around midnight, Nicky got out of bed, peeled the curtains back just enough to get a glimpse outside, and the resulting whimper was all I needed to hear. Only it was even worse than I thought. There were now 2 children, and they were about 5 or 10 feet in front of the tree line. They were moving closer, just like in the story we heard. One was a dark-haired boy that looked to be our age. The other was a smaller girl with long hair who appeared to be 6 or 7. Once again, we stayed up to keep watch, and each time we looked outside, the children were in the exact same spot, seemingly staring straight into our window. Until they weren't. They disappeared at roughly the same time as before. This third night was the worst, but thankfully also the last. The same 2 kids were in our yard, and they brought another friend who seemed closer to 14 or 15. They were also now closer to the back door than the tree line. We were so frightened already, but the way they stared at our window, like they knew we were watching, that's what really got us. We checked outside much more frequently, and though we were genuinely petrified, there was a certain level of security in the fact that they hadn't moved during the previous occasions. We were more afraid of how many there would be and how close they would get the next night, which was a grave error on our part. It was between 2 or 3 a.m. when Nicky peeked outside, screamed, and fell over backwards, taking the whole curtain with him. I'm not sure how it didn't wake our parents, especially when I screamed even louder after him. But when I looked out the now completely uncovered window, all 3 of the children were standing right on the other side, staring at us. There were no more questions about their eyes. We could see all 3 sets of their pitch-black orbs up close and personal. The oldest was the only one to speak. He asked to come in and to use the phone, but we of course said no. We were both crying so hard, I'm sure it only sounded like garbled sobs, but we were in full survival mode. The boy's question snapped us out of our shock, enough that we were able to get the curtain back up. He said something else at one point, but we were so upset that neither of us could make out the words. Once the window was covered, we huddled together on the bottom bunk bed and waited for morning. One of them tapped on the glass for what felt like a long time, but when daylight came, Nicky looked outside and they were gone. We never saw them again, and we stopped listening to creepypastas. If the children are real, we don't want to know what else might be. This is actually the first time I've spoken about it since, and I'm 18 now. Well, thanks for listening, and be careful if you play around with this kind of stuff. I wanted to share one of my stories. I may not have a bunch of fancy ghosts in my house, but if there's one thing I got in spades, it's crazy with a capital C. When it comes to my stories, I wasn't sure which one to tell, but the one that keeps coming to mind is from my short time working as a taxidermist. It was actually just my dad's old fishing buddy. Most of his work came from people bringing in their fish or deer, and Rick could do just about anything they wanted with them. One guy brought in a doe and a buck, saying he wanted to mount the buck, mounting the doe, so that's what we gave him. But that's just a fun bonus. It's not why we're actually here. The story I came to tell you happened a few months before this. It was my 3rd day on the job, and I still had no clue what I was doing. I came in bright and early like a good new hire, and I was just in time to see an electric bone saw demonstration. I was actually excited. I thought there was a good chance that he was going to let me try it out, and I'm sure that he would have if we hadn't had to stop so suddenly. I know some people are squeamish about animals, and it couldn't be less relevant, so, without mentioning that part, Rick had the saw in one hand, and he was holding back a flap of the material with the other. This is probably a good time to mention he was also a bit of a drunk. I could smell the alcohol on him the second I walked in, but he was also swimming in whiskey the previous 2 days, and nothing bad had happened. Who was I to tell him that he shouldn't work while intoxicated? If I had tried, he probably would have fired me before listening to me. While he was cutting, he was explaining how everything worked, but he kept turning back to look at me, like he wanted to make sure I was listening. That's when everything started going in slow motion. I never took my eyes off the bone saw. The blade wasn't very big, but it was cutting through everything in its path like butter, and every time his eyes drifted towards me, the saw drifted towards his fingers. It was making me extremely nervous, so I tried to say something, but Rick wouldn't let me. I didn't even hear what he said after that. I just held my breath and continued watching. It's weird how long seconds feel when something like this happens. From start to finish, it was probably less than a minute, but it felt like 10 had passed from the moment he started cutting to the moment he removed the top of his left hand's index and middle fingers. In my mind's eye, the blade froze seconds before making contact with his flesh, and I tried to stop it. I lunged forward, reflexively, hoping to knock the saw aside, but there was just no time. My body couldn't move as quickly as my brain wanted, and in the same instant, the blade resumed spinning, and Rick's small, fleshy fingers appeared to explode. 1 second, the world was barely moving, and the next, it was painted red. Blood splattered all over us and the deer, while his fingertips vanished like a magic trick. Once the reality of what happened set in, our screams began at practically the same time. It's impossible to tell who actually yelled first. Rick jumped up and began cursing like a dying sailor. I've never before or since heard a man scream like that. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying, but it sounded like both. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the saw. It was on the floor, and the bloodied blade made it look like an actual predator. Like it had just finished a particularly satisfying meal that it was now ready to sleep off. I didn't snap out of it until Rick's good hand clasped my shoulder and spun me around. A bottle of whiskey was cradled beneath his other arm, and his eyes were wild with shock, as I'm sure mine were too. But I can't imagine what this whole thing was like from his perspective. He shook me and begged me to help him find his fingers. But he wouldn't let go. I had to pry his fingers open to free myself, and he immediately went back to his whiskey. I tried to stop him. Even then, I knew the alcohol was bad for bleeders, but he pushed me away so hard that I fell to the ground. I guess it all worked out because that's how I found his fingertips. The index finger got cut just beneath the nail, and his middle finger was taken off right at the top knuckle. As I ran out of the workshop, I noticed that he had a dirty bandana wrapped around his wound, and I wondered if there was any point to getting his fingers on ice, but it didn't slow me down. I was essentially on autopilot as I ran across his backyard and into the kitchen. I could still hear Rick cursing as I searched for a Ziploc. Eventually, I found a plastic cup with a lid and filled that instead. Since Rick still hadn't come out of the workshop, I put his fingers in the cup holder and pulled my truck around back. I thought it would be a good idea to eliminate as much walking as possible, but as I was getting out of my truck, the cursing stopped, and the sound of the bone saw took its place. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What the hell is he trying to do now? I burst through the door just in time to see blood splatter all over the wall, workbench, and floor. There was even a little on the ceiling. Rick had his back to me, so I couldn't see much else at first. I can't remember exactly what I said, but something along the lines of why or what the hell. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he turned around and proudly held up his hand. There was no sign of pain or anger. I'm not sure what emotion to call it, but it's as if he were presenting a completed project that had taken months to finish, like he was showing it off. If not for the awful sight that I still see clearly in my nightmares, you would have never guessed that there was a mangled hand under all that blood. Honestly, it didn't even really look like blood. I guess I've just never seen so much that was so fresh. But Rick answered in a tone that matched his demeanor. He very casually explained the 2 severed fingers were uneven, which he clearly found unacceptable. Since his fingers had bits of bone and whatever else was in there sticking out of it, he thought it would be best to even it all out, like it was a goddamn haircut. That's when I noticed the empty whiskey bottle on the floor. He'd managed to drink half a fifth in the amount of time it took me to bring back a cup of ice. I wasn't exactly calm and collected, but that was a very sobering moment. I began to think more clearly as I went from being very freaked out to genuinely afraid. I didn't know what that crazy bastard might try to do next, but I definitely was going to let the doctors explain why he lost any chance of reattaching his fingers. For the most part, I think I handled it as well as I possibly could have. I kept Rick calm on the way to the hospital, but I was right about his fingers. Luckily, the doctors are able to sedate people who aren't ready to hear bad news. I remember thinking the whole ordeal would finally be what got Rick to stop drinking. But he didn't. Not even for a little while, and certainly not while he was working. 6 years ago, he died in a house fire after getting drunk and passing out with a lit cigarette. In the end, I suppose we're just lucky he never hurt anyone but himself. Good evening, all. My name is Corey, and I thank you in advance for stopping by to hear my humble words of warning. I'm a 31-year-old male, 6'2", and I weigh almost 300 pounds. Okay, I'm a really big dude. We need to get that established up front because it's a relevant part of the story. People have been giving me shit for my size for as long as I can remember, so I learned how to deal with assholes very early in life. And since I'm always so much bigger than they are, I'm used to doing just about whatever I feel like doing to them. Assholes make that mistake a lot. They think that just because a fella enjoys good food, he must be simple. Well, I'm many things, but simple ain't one of them. And I resent the assumption something fierce. All through my childhood, other kids would try to trick me into embarrassing myself. But I never fell for their bullshit. Mama raised a glutton, not a fool. And you'll do well to remember there's a difference. So would I, for that matter. I'm also guilty of making dangerous assumptions. Until a few weeks ago, I assumed anyone who tried to mess with me was a harmless punk. I behaved like my size made me invincible. But that was as naive as the imbeciles I'm sitting here making fun of. I currently live in Georgia, but my family is back in Tennessee. Before my visit in August, I hadn't seen my parents in over a year, so I made the trip out to be with them during my birthday week. We had a great bunch of days together, and I left at 10 on a Thursday night in hopes of avoiding any heavy traffic. The drive is only 4 hours, but my back usually starts hurting in half that time, so I always stop at the same rest area to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. Big guy, tiny bladder, that's how it works. Anyway, this rest area is right at the trio's halfway point. It's not the most well-lit or the nicest of places to stop late at night, but it doesn't scream death trap either. I'd been there at least 5 or 6 times before, and I didn't even see another vehicle on those occasions. Then again, I didn't see one during this visit, so I guess that's not saying very much. I pulled into the empty parking lot at midnight midnight and parked right in front of the bathrooms. There was a sign in the center of the small building that indicated men went left and women went right. Each side had a short hallway before turning into the actual bathroom, but I could see from where I stood that the men's light was flickering on and off. I didn't like that, so I decided there was no harm in using the women's. On the off chance that anyone pulled up, I would apologize like crazy and make a quick exit. I only made it a few steps into the actual bathroom part before some deranged guy in a clown costume leapt out of the first stall and gave me the jump scare of my life. He was holding a large knife, had a curly lime green wig, a huge red nose, white gloves, and a green and yellow polka dot jumpsuit that looked like it was part of a Halloween costume. It had orange fuzzy balls around the neck, wrists, and ankles, but he also had a cheap pair of devil horns over his wig, and his makeup looked more like it was for Darth Maul than a clown. Overall, I wasn't impressed as far as costume design. He couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Even through all the gunk on his face, he still just looked like a stupid kid. Once I calmed down from the sudden shock of it all, I was instantly furious. I thought all this clown nonsense had ended years ago. I couldn't believe some idiot was out here still doing that garbage. Plus, he was clearly trying to target women and take it who knows how far. I wasn't about to let him get away with that. At about this same time, his giddy, triumphant laughter was fading into confusion. I could see the gears turning in his tiny brain as he registered the fact that I was not a woman. I was a very large man. I was aware of his knife, but I really didn't believe that he would try to use it on me. I thought he would be like all the other bullies who backed down at the first sign of resistance. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him badly enough to make sure that he didn't try to do this to anyone else. Hell, as I began moving towards him, I was thinking how lucky he was that I wasn't some lunatic with a gun. How I'd probably save his life by putting the fear of God into him while he was still young. Sweet irony. I put on the scariest face I could make and I ran at him, never taking my eyes off that knife until it fell from his terrified hand with a satisfying clink. His face went from menacing psychopath to petrified child in less than a second, and I was so pleased with myself that I forgot to watch his hands. He began backing away from me, pleading. It was only a joke. He didn't mean any harm. He was just having a little fun. The way his voice squeaked, I began to worry that he was even younger than I thought. But then there was a deafening bang that made my head pound, and I could feel the echo vibrating in my clenched teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, hands shooting to my ears, and that's when I saw the kid's hands had gone to his ears as well. Only now, he was suddenly holding a gun. I had no clue how it got there, but I was so surprised that it took me several more seconds to realize it had caused the bang. It wasn't until the ringing stopped and I could hear the kid talking that the pieces fell into place. Well, actually, he was crying, apologizing, and begging me to leave him alone. He kept saying it was an accident, that he didn't know it was loaded. Then I noticed he was staring at my feet and looked down. There was a mark on the concrete where the bullet hit, and the ricochet grazed my leg. There was a good amount of blood there, so the kid thought that he shot me. Hell, I did at first glance, but I only needed a few stitches. Basically, I was really, really lucky. Me and that kid could have lost our lives that night. I think we both needed to learn a lesson. Just remember, folks, you gotta be careful with people. Even when they're not crazy, they're downright careless. It doesn't take malice to make a murderer. Any dumbass can kill somebody. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, the bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet, 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a third-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home. With him, another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no, she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. I've been listening to your channel for a while now. I've always wished that I had a story of my own to send in, but I could never think of anything worth talking about. I never had any kind of paranormal encounter, stalker, or intruder to speak of. Then I heard the story about the people who survived a tornado in the gas station. And it really got me thinking, what's the most frightened I've ever been? And the answer was obvious: the house fire. When I was 9, my family lived a few miles outside of town, and our house was at the end of a curvy, mile-long driveway, so you couldn't really see it from the road. It was a 2-story with 5 bedrooms and 3 baths, so a fairly large but also pretty old house. In fact, it was built just after electrical wiring became standard, which happens to be how the fire started. My parents and baby sister slept on the ground floor, while my older brother and I stayed upstairs. We had a bathroom between us, and Dad's office was at the end of the hall. One November night, I woke to all of the smoke alarms sounding at once. It usually stayed cold in my room during that time of year, but I was so hot. I understood the smoke alarms were causing the noise, and I understood it was unreasonably hot when it shouldn't be. But never once did my brain consider those things meant our house was on fire. I was terrified. I knew something was horribly wrong, just not what. I was completely frozen in shock and confusion. If my brother hadn't burst into my room at that moment, I probably would have stayed in bed until it was too late. When he opened the door, clouds of dark smoke came with him, and it became nearly impossible to see or breathe. He was screaming something at me, but the rag that he held over his mouth made him impossible to understand. Eventually, he stopped trying to talk. Instead, he crawled over to me, grabbed my arm, and yanked me out of bed. Once we were both on the floor, he grabbed a shirt and quickly tied it around my face. Then he placed one of my hands onto his ankle, and for the rest of my life, I'll never forget the look in his eyes before he turned around. He conveyed his thoughts so clearly with that gaze that I sometimes forget he didn't speak actual words. But I heard him just as clearly as if he had. He was telling me to hold on for dear life, and that's exactly what I did. I couldn't even see our ceiling anymore. A layer of pure black smoke hovered just above our heads. And suddenly my safe childhood home was now a war zone. It felt like we crawled for miles before even making it into the hallway, and then the stairs were completely engulfed in flames. If I'd been alone and somehow made it that far, I don't think I would have gotten any further. I had no possible way out. In my child's mind, I pictured the smoke as existing only on the second floor. I had expected to crawl onto the stairs and make a run for the front door, where we would meet our parents and sister, but that was no longer possible. My brother never hesitated. We've spoken of this night many times over the years, and I now know the sight of the stairs hadn't surprised him because he had already seen it. Jerry was 15 when this happened. Though he was still a child, he was much better equipped to handle the situation than myself. When he woke up to the smoke detectors, he immediately assumed the house was on fire and ran to his window. Everyone in the house believed all the windows were painted shut, except for Jerry. He foresaw a day when having a functional window might come in handy, so he had secretly been working on his. That's why he never even glanced at the staircase as we crawled past. He led me straight into his room and over to the window. When we were beneath it, he pulled me forward and pointed up. I shook my head no, so he went up first, and I watched in amazement as the collected smoke immediately began pouring out the open window. Jerry's legs disappeared over the ledge, and I once again froze with fear. But then a hand was clutching the back of my shirt and pulling me out of the stifling heat into the slightly less stifling air outside. House fires aren't like what you see on TV. In real life, you can feel the heat blasting all over your skin. It actually feels like it's crawling on you. On TV, the hero throws their arms over their face and runs inside to rescue the scared child. No, nuh-uh. That's not how it is. You can barely keep your eyes open. The heat is that intense. Most people probably couldn't force themselves to enter an area blasting that kind of heat. The only way you get there is by being trapped from within, and then every fiber of your being is screaming for you to get out. I think back to how my brother had to cross his room, get through the hallway, open my door, and then come pull me out of bed. And I just don't know how he did it. I understand why he lingered at the door. What was normally only a few steps might as well have been a mile. And he knew he'd have to get me all the way back to his window, too. I really don't know if I could have done it had our roles been reversed. Had I been able to just go out my window, Would I have even thought about him? He thinks that I would have. He says I can't understand that kind of moment without living it, and I'll always have the perspective of a frightened child, while he'll always have the perspective of a frightened older brother who knew his parents couldn't help. We might as well have been on our own planet. I'll never forget anything about that night, but I especially remember the sound of my mother's cry when she saw us emerge from the window. Jerry pulled me all the way to the roof's ledge and dangled me over the side. My dad got beneath me, and I fell into his waiting arms, but Jerry was too big to catch. He hung from the side to get his feet as close to the ground as possible, and Dad tried to slow his fall, but it was still a hard drop. The doctors think Dad might have actually made it a little worse. Jerry's left ankle absorbed the brunt of the impact, and he was in a cast for 6 weeks. This was all happening in the middle of the night. We had no phone, no car keys or flashlights. We thought that we would be stuck watching our house burn to the ground while waiting for daylight. But the fire truck showed up about 25 minutes later. The blaze had grown big enough to spot from the road, and a police officer happened to pass by. He was able to call it in immediately and get help on the way. So yeah, that was definitely the most terrifying experience of my life. And thank you all for listening. Last year I was airlifted to the hospital after a major accident, and I spent most of the day in surgery. I don't really remember much about the collision itself. One second I was driving along, and the next there was suddenly a truck in front of my car. The world went black, and then there were random flashes of lights, people, and blinding pain, until there wasn't. At one point, all feelings stopped, and a sense of peacefulness washed over me. I wasn't frightened or in shock, just extremely calm. There was an unquestioned certainty that everything was going to be okay. It felt like waking up from a deep sleep. I thought I was in bed. When I first opened my eyes, everything was blurry and a little disorienting. Then I realized the disorientation was because I expected to be laying down. But I was seeing everything from a standing perspective. Not only that, I was in a room full of doctors, yet everything was totally fine. As my vision cleared, so did my muddled mind, and I realized the person those doctors were all crowding around was me. I remembered the accident, and I understood with an emotionally detached fascination that I must be in the hospital. An older woman with gray hair and glasses said that if I had any chance of surviving, they needed to stop the abdominal bleeding first. And a slightly younger man with a large mole on his cheek argued that there wasn't enough time to do it before a head CT. The woman asked if he felt that way because it was in my best interest or because he needed to make his flight to Miami, and a tense silence fell over the room. For the first time, I noticed a radio was playing in the background. It was on KISS Q72, and they were playing The Sign by Ace of Base, which is kind of ironic in itself, I guess. I'm not sure how long I oversaw my own operation, but it felt like a very short time. Eventually, everything got really blurry again, and I woke up in recovery. I remember bits and pieces of the doctor's conversation, like how the older woman's nickname had been Betty Ballbreaker in med school, and that her husband is named Dave, but I assumed it was all just a weirdly vivid, drug-induced dream. Seeing that I was up, a nurse came over, and I ended up telling her all of it. She urged me to give her every detail, no matter how small. So I told her about the radio, which song I heard too. I thought she was just being nice while she tested my mental faculties. But when I started talking about the man's flight to Miami and Betty Ballbreaker, she went pale and dropped her pen. When I finished, she left and came back with a short woman. I immediately recognized her as one of the nurses from my dream. When I said as much, she accused my post-op nurse of telling me to say that. I repeated my whole story again, and she went as white as the First Lady had. She confirmed every song I listed had been playing, and the next time they returned, it was with both of my doctors. In total, I repeated this story more times than I can count on that first day alone. I've probably told it hundreds of times since, too. Everyone always thinks that it must be a cool story to have, but it doesn't really work that way with near-death experiences, at least not for me. I don't enjoy reliving the worst day of my life, but I would like to know if anyone else has ever experienced anything like this. Whatever happened to me, it had to be real. My information was accurate enough to turn a hospital's entire night shift into believers. I didn't see a bright light. My life didn't flash before my eyes. I was just there, hanging around outside of my body. I always thought it would have been fun to be a twin. The chances of me being a twin were rather high, considering the fact that my mom was one. She told me this fact when I was pretty little, along with the fact that she was adopted. But about 10 years ago, I learned a lot more about that story, and it's one that I have to share. It's the story of how my mom learned that she had a twin, all while pregnant with me. Bear with me. I'm telling this story from what my mom told me over 10 years ago on my 21st birthday. My dad had fallen asleep, and Mom wanted to have one more glass of wine and some daughter time. Somehow our conversation shifted to family, and the more she talked that night, the more I was like, yep, she's definitely sharing this story with me. She tried to cut it short at one point, but as you'll see, it's not the kind of story you can just stop telling. So, for the record, my mom's name is Jeanette. My dad is Colin. Jeanette meets Colin in college, 1989. They're both attending BHSU in Spearfish. They fall in love. Jeanette becomes pregnant in the winter of 91. I wasn't planned, but optimistic Jeanette thinks that she can get through spring quarter and graduate before my pretty little face can emerge into the world and destroy her petite figure. She calls her parents living back in Douglas, Wyoming. They're elated, made a plan for her and Colin to move back in with them when they're out of college. That weekend, Colin would treat Jeanette to a dinner and a night in Rapid City to celebrate the good news. It was about 45 minutes from their apartment in Spearfish, and Jeanette was looking forward to exploring the town. At dinner, their waiter comes to the table and Colin orders a drink. He asks for Colin's ID. When Colin hands it to the man, he glances at it before handing it back. Then he turns to Jeanette. She orders a water, but he still asks for her ID. She says that she's not drinking, and then tells the waiter their good news. He doesn't say congratulations or even smile. He just says something like, yeah, still gonna need your ID. So Jeanette reluctantly digs around in her purse to get her ID out for the waiter. When he takes it from Jeanette's hand, he closely examines it to make sure it's not fake. She watches as he looks it over, front and back, then tries to peel any hidden stickers off by rubbing his fingernails down, looking for ridges. He then takes a notepad out from his apron, jots down a few words before handing the ID back to Jeanette. She asks if there's a problem, inquiring about what he wrote on his little notepad. He tells her that he just needed to make sure it wasn't a fake ID. They could lose their license selling to a minor. Then he leaves the table. When the drinks are delivered, it's a new waiter, and she becomes their server for the rest of the night. Colin gets absolutely trashed off of what Jeanette recalls as 2 drinks. Again, Jeanette's not drinking alcohol, so she assumes the bartender's just pouring them heavy. They've partied together many times before, and she's seen him this drunk a handful of times. But Jeanette's still a little surprised at how fast it happened. Not to mention, this wasn't supposed to be a party night. Their meal alone was going to cost over $100. It was supposed to be a nice night. By the end of their dinner date, Colin needs help pulling his wallet out of his pocket, and Jeanette no longer feels excited to spend the night away from their cats in their apartment back in Spearfish. She makes the obvious decision and decides to drive them home. When they get into the car, Jeanette's in the driver's seat of Colin's car, and Colin's dry heaving, lying in the back. She thinks she'll take the long Sturgis road up to the freeway towards home. But a few miles down the highway road, she hears the rumble of what she thinks is a helicopter. but she quickly realizes what it is when her rearview mirror is lit up with tons of bright orbs. She knew the lights couldn't be from cars because they weren't fixed to each other the way headlights would move in the dark. Suddenly, the lights in the rumble weren't so distant in her mirrors. She could see around 10 motorcycles surrounding the car. Jeanette's already a nervous driver when she's behind the wheel, so to see this biker gang on every side of her car makes Jeanette nervous. She slams on her brakes, and the motorcycles behind her almost wipe out trying to avoid her, while a few others stop directly in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. She pleads for Colin to wake up. There's a small moment of silence before any of the bikers approach their car, and my mom hears gurgling. That's when she turns around in her seat and sees my dad choking on his own vomit. She grabs him and has just enough strength to pull him onto his side. When she does, the rest of what he was throwing up falls onto the floor of the back seat. Colin inhaled. Then, the window above him was smashed in. Jeanette's window was next. The roar of men shouting and more glass breaking slowly came back into focus, and Jeanette turned back around, just as one of the bikers had his arm reaching through the broken driver's side window, unlocking her door. Then it opens, and she's grabbed and pulled from the car. Jeanette's terrified, screaming and completely confused as to what's happening. A biker grabs her by her hair and throws her to the ground, calling her a dumb cunt. Jeanette's screaming, "What do you want? Please, don't kill us." The biker that threw her on the ground now stands over her with a hunting knife. He tells her to take off her top, and she begs him not to. But the man interrupts her by grabbing the fabric of her shirt and cutting it off of her body. Jeanette sobbed as she was flipped onto her stomach. She was sure the worst was about to happen. The gravel hurt her skin, and the motorcycle lights shining in her face made it hard to see how many people were there. Face down, Jeanette hears an audible hush shared amongst the bikers. The man above her tells one of the men to go get the purse. She hears the car door open and shut. They dump her purse onto the ground, and all of its contents fall around Jeanette's head. The biker picks up her ID off the ground. A moment later, he picks Jeanette up off the ground. She stands quietly, covering herself the best she can, as he looks at the ID. When he looks at her again, he asks if she's ever met a woman named Gilda, and tells her, don't fucking lie to him. Genuinely confused and relieved to not know a single Gilda, she tells the man, "I don't know who that is." "Bullshit," she hears from somewhere behind the man with her ID. The man comes into view, and Jeanette realizes it's the waiter from the restaurant, the one who also examined her ID and had taken their drink orders. The man with the ID tells the other guy to shut up, and then asks Jeanette if she's got family around here. Are her parents Donna and Alec? She immediately tells the man no, that her adoptive family is from Wyoming, to which one of the men asks, "What the fuck are you doing in Rapid City then?" Jeanette says she's currently a student at BHSU. She bends down, scrambling for her student ID, presenting it to the man, hoping this will prove her case. He grabs the ID and examines it, as he did the first one. Time is crawling, but the man is silent, passing the ID to the man behind him. Then, after several moments, he says, "You have a sister." But not in the form of a question. It's a statement. Jeanette stares at the man, confused, but before she can respond, he says, "A twin. You have a twin sister. And your sister? She's not welcome here. In fact, she should be dead." She tells the man that she doesn't know anything about a sister or a twin. She tells him again she's from Wyoming. This is her first time in Rapid City. She's crying, she's confused, and just plain scared. The man hands her the student ID, while the other guy walks back to his bike. The man with the knife tells her, "You'd better make this your last trip to Rapid City. Your sister, your twin, she's not welcome here. And if we see you again, we'll have to assume you're her, and we won't be able to let you go. Do you understand what I'm saying?" My mom nods her head, showing the man she understands what he's saying. "Oh, and sorry about your guy. Couldn't have him trying to be a hero. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. Don't even think about going to the cops. Waste of your time and ours. Understand?" She nods once more, and then the man holds up his left arm, making some sort of turn-it-around motion, and all of the bikes fire up at the same time, while the man turns and walks back to his own bike. Within seconds, the loud rumbling passes by Jeanette once again as she stands in the middle of the street. Eventually, it's silent, and she's processing everything that just happened, but quickly makes her way back to the car. She's relieved that Colin hasn't moved back onto his back, but remembers the man's words. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. To this day, my mom had no idea what they gave my dad, but whatever it was kept him out for hours. Once back at the apartment, my mom struggles to get my dad out of the car. Realizing she literally can't do it, she lays him back on his side, closes the door, and runs into their apartment to call her parents. So this was the night that my mom learned of Gilda and the full truth about her adoption. Grandma explains that yes, Jeanette had a twin. The girl's mother had decided to put them both up for adoption, but not together. For whatever reason, the twins were split up and adopted out to 2 different families. It wasn't an open adoption either, so all my grandparents knew was that the other girl was adopted by a family in Rapid City. They didn't know the name of the family, and they never knew what they decided to name the girl. Confused, upset, scared. These are all things my mom explained feeling after the phone call and experience. My grandparents wanted Jeanette and Colin to drive to their house as soon as possible, but Mom was too tired to make that almost 5-hour drive. So that night, my parents slept in their car. My mom explained everything to my dad the next morning. Naturally, he wanted to go to the police, but it was my mom that assured him that wasn't an option, that their only option was to forget about the whole thing and to never end up in Rapid City again. That's what they did. I asked my mom if she ever looked for her sister, but she told me no, that she was far too afraid to go digging after that whole experience, and even more afraid once I entered the world. I can't say that I blame her. It seemed obvious that her sister was entangled with a scary group of people that my mom never wanted to see again. I asked if she was mad at my grandparents for keeping this from her, and she also said no. She said that she thinks that they did the right thing, especially seeing how everything turned out. It was better this way, she told me. In case you're curious, I never went looking either, but I did finally understand why our family never made our way to Rapid City. As Grandma always says, it's not wise to go where you're not welcome. Two years ago on Easter Sunday, I was living in a mountain cabin doing the homesteading thing. I finally had gotten back late at night after an entire day at my parents' house, and all I wanted to do was go to sleep. I grew up in the woods and slept outside more than inside, and I've always just really loved nature. If I had a choice, I was going to choose outdoors every time. It was the same with my cabin. I had a really nice bed, but I preferred taking my sleeping bag out to the gazebo. It was close enough to the stream to hear the running water, much better than any sleep noise app. In the 5 years I lived on that property, I genuinely can't begin to guess how many nights I spent out there without issue. There was never strange noises or tracks, aside from a few snakes and foxes. Nothing ever bothered my animals. It was just a really peaceful place to live. Then one night I woke up to what sounded like a small tree snapping in half. I thought a dead one had finally rotted through, but then I heard a set of footsteps. Something on 2 legs. I didn't have neighbors, The closest house was almost 10 miles away. No one should be in these woods. They were coming closer. I wanted to believe a hiker had gotten lost and found their way to my cabin. That was the only logical answer. But a cold dread surged through me with each step. I couldn't quite force myself to stand up. The bottom half of the gazebo was walled in, but the top half was just screened between the posts. Only when the footsteps were coming through the tree line could I finally bring myself to peek over the wall's edge. At first, there was only a tall silhouette moving towards me, but as it stepped into the moonlight, I began to notice certain features. Its eyes shined like an animal's, but it had the frame of a deformed, emaciated human. Its neck was too long, and its stick-thin arms hung lower than its waist. Its shoulders rose to a sharp point with every awkward step, and it definitely didn't have any hair or clothes. I sank back to the deck, afraid of being seen, and listened as it continued to draw closer. My heart was beating in my throat, and then stopped altogether when the footsteps came to a halt just a few yards away. They were replaced by the sound of heavy breaths, like the creature was searching out a scent, presumably my own. I didn't know if that thing would be afraid of me, or if it would try to attack. I didn't really want to find out. Enough time passed in this way for me to deeply regret not rushing inside when it was farther away. I could have at least reached my shotgun and stood a fighting chance, but now I was a sitting duck. I couldn't stop thinking about all of the people who've disappeared in the wilderness and wondering how many had only lost their way. It's easy to do, and it happens all the time, but what if some of these people had simply run into one of these things? When it finally began moving again, it had a strange sound that I'm not sure how to convey with letters. I don't even know what animal to relate it to. It certainly wasn't a human-made sound. This was more like a buck's mating call, mixed with an angry cat. And the figure passed directly next to the thin wall I hid behind. I kept expecting its hands to tear through the screen and pull me out of the gazebo, but it just kept going like it hadn't noticed me. I listened for at least another 10 or 15 minutes while it walked through my yard, making those awful noises. Then it finally began moving back towards the forest. Once it gained a little distance, I worked up the courage to take another peek over the side. It had a strange curve to its spine. It stood slightly hunched over. It would have been at least 8 feet tall had it been standing straight. It was moving slowly, but I continued watching it until it was completely lost in the forest. I planned to give it another 30 minutes before retreating inside, just to make sure it was really gone. But I still couldn't force my legs to work. I kept imagining that the creature had only pretended to leave so that it could draw me out, and I ended up staying in the exact same spot until the sun rose. Sadly, that was the last time I slept outside. I've had no desire to go into the woods at all since that day, and I sold my land a few months later. Now I live in a double wide on 2 acres, where my neighbors are on the same road as myself. It's not crowded like in the city, so I kept some of my privacy. It could definitely be worse, but I do miss my old life sometimes. Even so, I just can't bring myself to go back. Maybe in a few more years I'll be able to go camping with friends again, but seeing something like this, it really changes your perspective. Sometimes I try to convince myself that it was all just a bad dream, but deep down, I know I was wide awake for at least a couple of hours before the sun came up, and I didn't sleep again until the following night. There's just no way I imagined it. Has anyone else seen something like this, or know what it could be? I'm a 22-year-old female, and I've just gotten out of a horrible ordeal. Since finding this community, I've read a lot of stories similar to mine, and they've encouraged me to share my own. I think a big part of why I waited so long is because I've known Brady since kindergarten. I didn't want to believe he was capable of hurting me. When you only go to one small school for your entire life, you get to know your classmates fairly well. Brady and I were always friends, but we didn't start dating until our sophomore year. I felt so lucky to have him. All of the girls had rocky relationships with immature football players who cheated on them or bragged about their sex lives. But Brady wasn't like that. In fact, he was the exact opposite in every way. He wanted to spend all of our time together. And when we couldn't be together, he wanted to be on the phone or at least texting. Even if I had to do homework or eat, he would message me the whole time and become annoyed if I didn't answer fast enough. At first, it made me feel special, and he was even kind of cute when he got upset. It wasn't a scary type of anger, more like a pouty puppy who doesn't want to go in his kennel. But as I transitioned out of the honeymoon phase, it became less endearing and more annoying. I wasn't even allowed to have a girls' day without the world coming to an end. We could spend every night of the week together, but if I wanted to spend one of them with my friends, he would say that I should just break up with him if I didn't love him anymore. It's not like I wanted to do girls' night every week, just once a month, maybe. But most of the time, Brady was a gentle, caring sweetheart. He could make me laugh until I cried without even trying. I truly believe that he could have been a comedian if he put his mind to it. I dealt with his control issues until junior year, when I went to my grandmother's house for Christmas, and Brady couldn't handle it. She lived 6 hours away, so there was no chance to see each other for the entire week. I knew that it would be hard on him, so I tried to break the news to him gently, but he lost his mind. That was the first time I saw him express true anger, and it terrified me. I said that we could have a special early Christmas before I left and promised to make New Year's one to remember, but I don't think he heard a word I said. He just kept crying, and I went home after he punched a hole in his wall. The next day, he sent me a long message saying we were through if I went to my grandmother's, and considering my parents weren't giving me a choice, my hands were kind of tied. It broke my heart for it to end that way. I never dreamed he would break up with me, and now it happened because of one lousy week with my family. I know this sounds insane, but I was a teenager experiencing my first broken heart. So I was furious with my parents, not Brady. It was their fault that we broke up. They were forcing me to abandon him. That's what he convinced me was happening, that he wasn't dumping me, I was abandoning him. It's amazing what an emotionally distressed teenager will believe. In my anger, I told my parents everything in a very dramatic manner. I explained how they were essentially ruining my life by making me go to my grandmother's, and I swore I would never forgive them if they didn't let me stay home. Obviously, they were incredibly concerned, but not for the same reasons. They tried so hard to reason with me, to explain Brady's reaction wasn't normal, and how that level of attachment is unhealthy or even dangerous. I think they were trying to make me understand how wrong it was without frightening me. Ultimately, they ended the conversation by saying the distance would be good for both of us, and that was the end of that, as far as they were concerned. Brady didn't speak to me the entire time I was gone, and when we returned to school, he avoided me like the plague. No matter what I did, he wouldn't even acknowledge me, so I gave up. I thought if he had time to calm down, he would realize there was no reason to fight. Only that wasn't the case. He stopped ignoring me and began terrorizing me instead. It was nothing physical, just harassing texts and snaps, spreading rumors, all that good stuff. It lasted through the rest of the school year. And then I spent the entire summer at my grandmother's house. Brady stopped harassing me a few weeks later. When school started back, I learned it was because he had a new girlfriend, and I felt the biggest sense of relief. I had been terrified of my senior year being full of drama and heartache, but now I was free. It actually was a great year, and I moved away for college after graduation, but I had to quit after my first year. My mom was diagnosed with cancer, and I had to move back home to help take care of her while Dad worked. I got a job waiting tables at night so I could help with household expenses. And Brady couldn't have been further from my mind. I practically forgot he existed until he walked into the restaurant and sat in my section a couple of weeks ago. If I had seen him sooner, I would have given the table to someone else, but I was asking for his drink order by the time I recognized him. He was with a couple of guys we went to high school with, so we all had an awkward mini reunion, and I truly couldn't get them out of there fast enough. That being said, Brady seemed completely normal towards me. He wasn't flirty, overbearing, cold, or awkward, and I left work that night feeling good about the encounter. I didn't really expect to hear from him again. A week later, he sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted it. I was admittedly worried about how he might react if I ignored it, but I really didn't think that he would cause any harm. After all, I could always block him later. It was only 3 days later that I had to block him. He messaged me the moment I accepted his request. He liked and commented on all of my pictures, and he kept trying to ask me out. I would have loved for us to be friends, but he needed to see someone about his attachment issues before entering into another relationship. Once I finally accepted that, I tried to explain it to Brady in the gentlest way possible. But he reacted exactly the same as when I went to visit my grandmother. After going in circles for over an hour, there was nothing more I could do except block him. About 30 minutes later, my phone began ringing off the hook with a slew of random numbers that were all Brady using some caller ID spoofing app. I'm not sure how he got my number, but I know it was him. When the calls finally stopped an hour later, the text started not 10 minutes after. I didn't respond to any, I just blocked each number as they came through, but he would go from asking why I didn't love him to telling me how I was broken. One message would pledge his undying love for me, and the next he would call me a selfish bitch who didn't deserve him. The text stopped after only 10 or 15 phone numbers, and I could finally relax. I hadn't considered that if he tracked down my phone number, he might have been able to track down my address as well. I tried to have a normal night and go to bed at my usual time, but I was in and out of consciousness. When I first heard someone moving around the apartment, I thought that it was a dream, but then I very clearly heard the click of my bedroom door opening, and I was wide awake in an instant. I knew it was Brady. There's no way a burglar just so happened to break into my apartment the same night that he was harassing me. I could barely hear his footsteps over my pounding heart, but it sounded as if he were just pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed, like he was working up his nerve. I couldn't decide if I should keep pretending to be asleep or sit up and beg him to leave. It was driving me crazy not to be able to see him. Occasionally, his steps would pause, and those moments were the worst. I pictured him leaning over me with a knife and suddenly plunging it into my back. But then I heard the hammer of a gun being cocked, and I knew it wasn't a knife he planned to use. I was too overcome with fear to hold it in any longer. A loud sob escaped into my pillow, and I forced myself to sit up so that I could face my murderer. He was now standing next to my bed, and his gun was pointed right at my chest. I screamed, I cried, I begged him not to shoot me. I wasn't thinking about anything else. The entire world melted away. Brady and I were the only two people left in existence. I didn't think my life flashed before my eyes, but time did slow down to an incredibly slow speed. It almost felt like I'd be able to dodge the bullet if he did pull the trigger. It gave me time to think. I tried to convince Brady that I wanted him back, that it wasn't too late. I said all of the words I thought he wanted to hear. Sometimes I thought it was working, and other times I thought he would just shoot me no matter what I said. Thankfully, I'll never have to know which answer was correct. The lady who lives beneath me heard every word and called the police. They came with their sirens off so they wouldn't spook Brady. Then they used some sort of heat vision goggles to see that he was now standing just a few feet away with his gun trained on my chest. 1 minute I was groveling for my life, and the next. There was a loud bang, mixed with the sound of shattering glass, and I felt something hot, wet, and sticky splash all over my face. It was Brady's blood. He died instantly without making a sound. Seconds later, a bunch of cops charged into the room and confirmed the only one threat was now quite harmless. I still have nightmares about it sometimes, but I'll take that over being the one who was shot any day. I don't want my relief to be mistaken for happiness. I'm not happy he's dead. I wish that he could have gotten the help that he needed, but at least I won't be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. I know this is going to sound weird, but the same could be said for just about everything on this website, so here goes nothing. We have a haunted tree behind our house. We live in a normal suburban neighborhood. There's no cemeteries or creepy abandoned houses nearby, just a bunch of mostly normal neighbors. Our backyard isn't even that big. In fact, we only have that one tree. But there's a ghost living in it, nonetheless. We moved here 6 years ago, but nothing happened until our second 4th of July. My little brother, Seth, was 5. He'd been playing in the backyard for too long, and Mom wanted him to come in. I went to the patio doors and saw him standing beneath the tree with his little neck craned back, looking straight up. I called for him 3 times, but he never even flinched, so I decided it would be quicker to drag him inside. As I got closer, I could hear him chattering away and assumed he was lost in one of his fantasies. Then I heard a second voice. This one was deep, like it belonged to a grown man. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I heard it as clearly as I'd heard my brother. I didn't try to go any closer, but I also didn't want the man to know that I heard him, trying to seem more annoyed than frightened. I turned around and said I was going to send Dad out if he didn't come inside. I didn't look back to see him running towards me until I was safely through the door. Once Seth was in, I locked it and called our parents. The patio doors are mostly glass. I didn't take my eyes off of that tree until the whole thing was over. My brother and I were crying. Mom was shaking so bad she could hardly talk, and Dad scared our neighbors while looking for an invisible intruder. To this day, he's known as the man who yells at trees. My parents knew I was too upset to be lying, but they definitely thought I was mistaken. Seth was upset that we scared his friend away before he could learn his name or how he got that big hole in his neck. Excluding that gruesome detail, he described the man as thin, extremely pale, clean-shaven with short hair. When asked what they talked about, Seth said the man asked him basic questions like his name and age. We were freaked out for a while after that. But when a couple of weeks passed without anything unusual happening, we all moved on. We didn't have a reason to think about it again until Christmas Eve. It doesn't really snow here, but the leaves thin out a good bit. Around 10 that night, we received a frantic call from one of our neighbors saying there was a man in our tree. My dad calmly thanked her for calling, hung up, walked outside without saying a word to any of us. Needless to say, there was nobody in the tree. Mom called Mrs. Peterson back to ask what the man looked like. She said that he was skinny, with short hair, but it was too dark to make out his features. Not the following spring, but the one after. A friend and I were doing an art project beneath the tree when a sudden cry of pain sounded directly above our heads. It was the kind of surprised noise someone makes after having their hand unexpectedly slammed in a car door. I never told my friend, or anyone for that matter, about the weird stuff that happened with that tree. So she was caught completely off guard when she glanced up to see a pale man sitting in the branches. She also said that it looked as if his neck was bleeding, but she didn't want to look at him for too long. The moment she saw him, she screamed and ran inside. I looked up as she was running away, more out of a reflex than desire, but I didn't see anything. He was gone just that fast. I have no doubt my friend really saw him. The similarities are too close to be a coincidence, and even now, she believes she saw a real person. That brings us to our current problem. Yesterday, my brother got a dog for his birthday. She's the best girl and does great inside, but when we let her into the backyard, she runs straight to the tree and barks at it until we drag her back in. She's making it a lot harder to ignore all of this. Hi there, long-time listener, first-time submitter, but I'm kind of scared of my little sister Rosie. I'm 17 and she's 6. I'm not really sure where to start. My mom's worked mostly nights since Dad died a few years ago, so I spend a lot of time babysitting. Rosie was pretty normal until this past year, when things started to change. The first strange thing to happen was when she started sleepwalking. I'm not even sure if it's related, but there have been a few incidents that really freaked me out. The worst was the first night it ever happened. I woke up to see her standing over me, and she wouldn't answer when I asked what she was doing. Thinking that she must have had an accident, I sat up and noticed that it was past 3. Seeing nothing obviously wrong, I asked why she came to me instead of Mom. That's when I really noticed her wide, unblinking gaze and slightly agape mouth. At first, I thought she was faking it, but then she didn't blink for almost 10 minutes straight. I woke Mom up after the first 3. Rosie's eyes were spilling over with tears, but her expression never changed. And that's a freaky thing to see a 6-year-old do in the middle of the night. It doesn't really stop there, though. If sleepwalking were the only problem, I wouldn't be here. We talked to a doctor, and it turns out sleepwalkers just do some weird stuff. We got used to handling it, and things were mostly fine for a couple of months. But then she started having night terrors a few times a week. In the beginning, they were just normal kid stuff, monsters and goblins, something beneath the bed grabbing her ankles. Mom and I spent a lot of time convincing her that they weren't real. We'd just started making progress when she had a dream about Grandpa dying. He was asleep in bed when a black shadow mass crept from under the door, up the wall, and across the ceiling before coming to a stop directly above him. The face of an old, angry man formed in the center of the mass as it slowly stretched itself down towards our grandfather and covered his entire body. Rosie said he suffocated beneath it, awake but unable to escape. She woke up screaming, and none of us were able to go back to sleep that night. She described it in such vivid detail, I feel like I saw it myself. We spent all morning trying to calm her down, but nothing worked. At 7:30, we tried to call Grandpa so she could hear that he was fine, but he didn't answer. We tried again 30 minutes later, but still got nothing. That wasn't normal. He always answered his phone. And on the rare occasion that he didn't, he never took longer than a few minutes to return the call. Mom eventually drove to his house and found him still in bed. The doctor said he suffered a stroke in his sleep. It was already such an awful situation, but having to tell Rosie was something else entirely. She reasoned that if the dream about Grandpa was real, they would all be real. Nothing will ever convince her that he died of a stroke, and now she thinks the black mass killed Dad and might come for us next. It sounds ridiculous during the day, but then, when I'm alone in my room at night, it suddenly starts feeling all too real. Mom says it's a 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence, but that's all it is, a coincidence. I want to believe her. I do. It's just so unnerving. Rosie starts seeing her therapist next week, so hopefully that helps. We really don't know what else to do. I try to put on a good face for her sake, but I'm just as terrified as she is. And I can tell that Mom is too, despite wearing her own brave face. Every time Rosie wakes up screaming, we hold our breath until we know what she saw. I just wish life would go back to normal. Does the Hat Man have a nemesis who's bigger than him? I read recently, either Reddit or Facebook, someone was talking about having to touch base with higher frequency beings to get them to deal with the Hat Man. I'm not sure how all of that works because I believe in God, and I believe that you should be able to get rid of him. Nonetheless, I've always felt a lingering, dark cloud. I saw the Hat Man when I was 6, and since then, my life has been an interesting one, full of bad luck, heartbreak, and a lot of paranormal encounters. Recently, I've had weird things happening. Phantom voices in my room, phantom banging on the door. I felt like he was close and watching me, but I didn't see him. It's definitely not a haunting. As my house, it's not haunted. Last night, I had a very vivid dream that I was in a very light, beautiful place with the Hat Man and a woman. I'm not sure if she was an angel or what she was, but she reminded me of the goddess of mercy. A woman draped in white and very stately, and it looked like a courtroom in the sense that even though everything was cloudy and light, she was seated higher, and to the left of her, the Hat Man was sitting crouched, as if in a dock awaiting sentence. She spoke and said I didn't need to worry about him anymore, that she would be dealing with him for what he's done to me. Today is one of the first days in many, many years that I've felt lighter. I don't feel like I'm weighted down by anything dark or ominous. I don't know if it was just a dream, but I got the feeling his recent efforts to mess with me were very much against the order of heaven, and he was being made accountable. I've never dreamt about him before. So, I don't know if my dream was because of what I read, but I feel lighter, and it's hard to explain, but I've lost the feeling that darkness is inevitable in my life. I didn't even realize till today how strong that feeling had been. Craziest thing I've seen as a trucker would most definitely be the night I'd pulled into a gas station to fuel up. I'd also planned on just sleeping there for the night, but my sleeping arrangements would soon change for reasons you'll soon find out. It's late. I pulled in, gas up before reparking in the nearest spot, next to a few other trucks. Then I get on my flip-flops, gather my towel, soap, a couple of bucks from the dash, and I head in to take a shower. By the time I'm out, the parking lot is filled with police cars, lights, sirens, police dogs barking. There's a cop inside the station telling everyone to stay inside. I'm holding my shit like, what the fuck is happening? I'm pretty tall, and I can see directly out of the windows of the gas station. I notice that the majority of the action going on right now seems kind of close to where I'd parked. So I shuffle closer to the window. I'm able to see that it's the semi parked 2 spots down from mine that's getting all the attention. The truck has its driver's side door open, with a young man using it as a shield while he exchanges gunfire with the police, who are in turn also using their vehicles as shields and firing back. The whole time I was thinking, please don't shoot my truck. Please don't shoot my truck. And thank God, not a single scratch came to it that night. I can't say the same for the other guy and his truck. They lit them both up like a Christmas tree in that parking lot. I don't feel too bad, though. I watched as the cops released about 20 or so girls from his trailer while they continued to make us wait in the gas station. Ambulances showed up. The fire department was there for some reason, and it was wild to see. I went ahead and hit the road, ended up a few miles down at the next rest station. I had the luxury of parking away from the other semis. Another added bonus was no shootouts there. So to start, I'm a firm skeptic to the paranormal. I'd never had an experience until last year. I'm 25 years old, and I had to move into my grandma's old abandoned house because of personal reasons I don't want to get into. To give you an image of the house, it is a standard 2-story with an attic full of spiders, a basement with a door that doesn't lock to the outside deck, The house has old blue peeling paint due to neglect, old small square windows, one in each bedroom. I slept in the bedroom that my sister used to sleep in because my grandfather died years ago in his room of congestive heart failure. And it just gave me the creeps sleeping in a room where someone had died. Well, one night I'm laying in bed when I clearly hear what sounds like a grown man of reasonable size walking up the noisy wooden steps that lead into the living room. I assume someone broke in because, as I said before, the basement door doesn't lock and anyone could break in. I start to sweat and adrenaline kicks in. I grab my grandfather's old hunting knife. As soon as it sounded like the man hit the top step, I kicked open the door, ready to kill whoever was on the other side of the door. Nobody was there. I couldn't believe what I just experienced. No, that isn't possible. I felt relieved because it wasn't a person, but so lost as to how that was possible. My mother claims it to be my grandfather. I've heard the steps again, but spiritual incense and a prayer was done at the house, and I never heard the footsteps after that. What do you think? I was a school bus driver from '83 to 2001. I worked for a small school district out of Western Washington. In our state, when we're approaching train tracks, it's required by law to stop, fully open our doors, and listen for trains before continuing our route. This must be completed regardless of children being present on the bus or not. The reason the law was enacted is a story all on its own. Happened in Sandy, Utah, December 1st, 1938. There had been a snowstorm blowing through Sandy all day. Farrelled Slim Silcox was a school bus driver taking a group of 39 students to Jordan High School. At 300 West and North 1600 South, there used to be a railroad crossing. It no longer exists, but the tracks and metal boxes were left behind, and they're still there to this day. When Slim arrived at the crossing, he stopped to look for a train by looking through the windows. The law at the time only required bus drivers to stop and look. Slim briefly swiveled his head back and forth, glancing from his side window to the other door windows. Then, after he thought the coast was clear, he put his foot back on the gas. The bus chugged up and slowly started to crawl over the tracks. As Slim began to cross, a train collided with the school bus, hitting it at 60 miles per hour. A train called the Flying Ute. It'd been headed north from Denver, running an hour late because of a blizzard. The train would drag the twisted metal close to a half-mile before it could stop. Mr. Silcox and 23 students died that day. This accident went on record as the worst school bus accident recorded in U.S. history. So, one night, I'd just dropped off a high school basketball team after they'd had an away game in the next county. Smaller schools usually have to go further for their games because the schools they play against are also small and in rural districts. This night, we'd gotten back to their school a little after midnight. I dropped the team off, waited for them to all enter or get in their cars, or go into the school with their coach. It's not a law, but I like to make sure I don't leave any kids stranded in a dark parking lot. Then I'm supposed to drive back to the bus barn to park the bus and get my own car to go home. It was a 5-mile stretch from the school to the bus barn, down a long 2-way road. As you may have guessed, I come across a railroad crossing just south of town. I usually make this trip in the late afternoons, but when the sports season starts up, it wasn't that uncommon for me to be dropping off the bus at this late at night, once or twice a week. Technically, this night was nothing special. I get to the tracks, and I pop open the folding doors. It's a quiet night, and as I scan in both directions for oncoming trains, I see a golden retriever trotting down the tracks towards me. I left my door open, watched this big dog walk all the way up to the bus, sit outside the folded doors. It didn't attempt to get in. It just sat there, stared up at me. I assumed this pretty golden retriever had come from one of the random neighborhoods that were scattered up and down the tracks. I was about to take off my seatbelt to check its tags, but as I stared back, through its gaze, I heard a question enter my thoughts, spoken from an inner voice that wasn't mine, asking. In a man's voice, I'm a woman. It came in so clearly that I actually checked the clock on my dashboard, turned back to the golden retriever, and said out loud, "It's 1:45. After I responded, the absurdity of what I thought had just happened made me chuckle to myself. Until the dog calmly stood up, went around the front of the bus where I couldn't see it. Not wanting to run this dog over when I started driving, I got out and checked to see if it was now sitting in front of the bus, as I didn't see it emerge on my driver's side when it crossed. It was gone. I got on my hands and knees and checked under the bus, but it's like it just disappeared. This was when the whimsical nature of all of this transformed into a creepy feeling deep in my stomach, prompting me to get out of there in a hurry. After I dropped the bus off and retrieved my car, I had to go back over those tracks on the way home. But I didn't slow down this time. I didn't see the dog again. Not on my way back, and not when I've had to make the same late-night trip countless more times during my career. But I'm grateful about that one. For weeks after meeting that dog, I'd questioned my mental sanity, but thankfully, never had another symptomatic episode where I thought I was crazy. So, to the strange golden retriever I'd met on the train tracks that night, I'm sure you were the goodest boy, but let's not meet again. I've owned my house for about 18 years, and I've recently experienced some things that I can't explain. I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts, so I'm not jumping to any conclusions or trying to sell the house just yet. 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with our 10-year-old daughter not sleeping in her bed. Every night, she would run into our room and climb into bed with us. One night, she ran in and took up all the room and the blankets, so I got up and I slept in her bed. By 3, I was sleeping on my side and facing the bedroom door when I opened my eyes. Right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child, and it was looking at me. It has no features at all. It was just a black, cloudy form. I didn't move or blink for several seconds until it simply faded away. Surprisingly, I didn't jump out of bed or anything like that. Instead, I rolled onto my back and wondered if I'd really just seen that. After laying there for a couple of minutes, I finally started getting scared and returned to my own bedroom, where I eventually went back to sleep. That morning, I told my wife, but didn't want to scare our daughter. I've since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis, but deep down, I know I was awake. Then, last week, my family and I were out for dinner and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she'd ever experienced anything she couldn't explain, and she said that she once woke up to see a shadow girl floating near her door. I still didn't tell her what I saw, but my wife and I locked eyes. And then she said that we were both crazy. There have been other things happening with our electronics, like phones randomly playing videos in the middle of the night, the TV changing channels. But thankfully, no more shadow people. My dog has also been barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms when nobody's in there. Yet another creepy occurrence in my octagon home, built circa 1855. This time, my daughter was sleeping in our family room on our pull-out couch. It was 2:30 a.m. I woke up needing to go to the bathroom, which is off the family room. As I was in the bathroom, I heard my daughter jump out of bed, hurry, and run into the bedroom where my wife was. She was terrified, said that she had a bad dream. She quickly fell asleep in my room, and I returned from the bathroom. As I was getting ready to fall back asleep, my dog was going crazy and snorting like she was warning someone or something to stay away, or I see you. I got out of bed, went back into the family room where my daughter was sleeping, found my dog on the bed, looking at the corner of the room, like it was interacting with something. I told her to quiet down. She followed me into my room and went to sleep on the floor, only after walking back and forth to the family room a few more times. In the morning, I asked my daughter what scared her so much. She said that she had a scary dream that there were ghosts in the room. I was talking about the dog going crazy, about something in the corner of the room. My daughter said that that's where someone was standing in her dream. This, by the way, is the same room where I saw a shadow person separately at night. I never told her about my experience as to not scare her, but I don't like sleeping in that room, and I always have a light on, even at night. Just got back from visiting Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. Stayed at the Best Western next to Cemetery Ridge. My room actually looked out onto the ridge. On the first night, I woke up at 5 a.m., looked out the window at the hill. It was a clear night without a moon, so the hill was completely dark. All I could see was the outline of the ridge. I stared at the ridge tree line for about 2 minutes, not knowing what I was looking for and just thinking about the battle there. For some reason, I started thinking about, what if I saw a ghost or an orb? And at that very moment, a bright, round, white ball of light came on in the tree line at the ridge of the hill. It didn't look like a flashlight, since it didn't have a beam or variate in any way that it moved. It was about the size of a softball, I imagine, since I was about 150 yards away. It started moving right to left along the tree line, and then sped off across the hill towards the Angel, if you know that location on Cemetery Ridge. The whole thing lasted about 45 seconds, and as it was happening, I wanted to run over and grab my phone to take pictures or video, but I didn't want to miss anything. I was also trying to figure out what it was. Once it was gone, there was nothing, nobody on the ridge, from what I could see. So I got my phone and recorded about 10 minutes while watching for it to come back. Unfortunately, nothing appeared, and the daylight was starting to break, so I could start making out the actual trees, a few statues and monuments on the ridge. Needless to say, I couldn't get back to sleep. I just wanted to add that the movement of the light from right to left, it was erratic, and when it sped off, it was extremely fast, and it left a trace of light behind it. In my opinion, nobody could have run that fast, and there's no indication of motorcycles, bikes, or a car. Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well. But in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am. You just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake, but this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door, and upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other 2, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home, If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad, Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushioned seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon. So much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but the eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then, a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turn to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch, but I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part, asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. The sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely. Thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body, I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. When I was 6 or 7, my stepdad took my stepsister and me to Liberia. My mom was left back in the U.S. and sent us money to survive. My stepdad dumped us at his mother's house to live with his other family. I was alone in a foreign country, very scared. A man who claimed to be my uncle took me to his job. I was terrified and made sure to stay by his side. We were in a bustling crowd, and we would have to wiggle around. At one point, my quote-unquote uncle grabbed my wrist painfully hard. It hurt so bad I began to whimper. I look up to ask him to stop. I realized that the man grabbing me was not my uncle. I proceeded to lose my shit and started screaming. My sudden screams loosened his grip and let me slip away. Nobody tended to me or even helped me find my uncle. After a good while, I finally found him. He was pissed, blamed me for not paying attention. Asshole. Ever since I was a baby, I saw ghosts. My parents and I lived in a small house in Arizona. My mom would hear and see small children that weren't really there. She would see a tall black figure and a deformed woman. She told me stories about the children, how they would stand and watch her sleep. None of my other sisters experienced anything except my older sister. She would have to sleep with my parents because the boy in the corner was scaring her. My mom remembers one night when I went into their bathroom and was whispering to someone. My mom heard something mumble, and I responded, "I can't reach. I can't see you." There was a window, and it was on the second story. My mom got up and quietly listened and heard something say something along the lines of, "Step up on the sink." She ran in and saw the figure on the wall disappear. She would see the figure watch me when I was a baby. She would see me playing with the children. This continued until we moved out. We lived without seeing anything like that for about a year. After my parents divorced, I moved into an apartment with my dad and remember seeing the figure again. I was around 6 or 7. One night I remember being woken up because I was sleepwalking. My dad heard me mumbling to something, and then something jiggled the lock on the front door. He said I unlocked it and walked out. We lived on the second floor, and the only thing on the outside was a small fence and the stairs. He had to grab me because I was starting to climb the small fence. After that, he put another lock on the door, one I wasn't able to reach. I've always remembered seeing things that my sisters don't, and my mom was the only one who did. During the time in the house before my parents split, my mom would try to protect the house. She put special pouches in our rooms that we weren't supposed to touch. She'd burn candles and had a psychic come into the house and check. And after the divorce, she did the same thing at her apartment, while my dad didn't because he didn't believe her. My mom also went to a different psychic when I was still living in the first house, and before my mom ever said anything about the ghosts and figures, the lady told her to watch me closer. She described me perfectly, told my mom that they were communicating with me, that they wanted something from me, and to watch that tall, black figure the most. So this story is short, but safe to say it creeped the hell out of me, and I still tell it to people ever so often. My nanny, Mom's mom, lived in an older house when I was younger. My family always joked that it was haunted because we always heard bumps and bangs and stuff. Just overall, it gave a creepy vibe. It got to where I wouldn't stay the night over there unless I had to because my parents worked a lot. When I was 15, I was staying at Nanny's and we were in her bathroom, doing something, getting ready for bed. It was just me and Nanny, alone in the house, aside from her older poodle. Rest in peace, Brandy. Best doggo ever. Anyway, out of nowhere, we heard a huge crash coming from the kitchen. We ran in there to find Brandy hiding under the kitchen table, trembling, and her food dishes upside down across the kitchen from where they would normally sit. They were heavy ceramic bowls that sat down and in those metal trays. There was water and food everywhere. At first, we were like, "Brandy, what did you do?" And then we kind of realized that the bowls and the tray weighed more than she did. She was probably 8 pounds or so. Plus, she was pretty old at this point. The stand was also upside down in the middle of the kitchen. No clue what happened that night, but safe to say we were thoroughly freaked out. Other things happened often, like stuff falling off the walls and such. I'm glad she doesn't live there anymore. About 6 months ago, my girlfriend and I stayed at the St. James Hotel in Red Wing, Minnesota. I'd heard stories about it being haunted before and was curious, but was mostly there for the beauty and history of the place. When we got to our room, I did a little Google search to read up on the history, came across a page talking about it being haunted. It said that the 3rd floor was considered the most haunted. We were on the 3rd floor. Then it explained that the 3rd floor had been the residence of an old hotel owner, and room 310 was her room. We were staying in room 310. The article didn't say anything about what she does to the room itself, but it said that she's active in the dining room, moving tables and silverware around, so I didn't know what to expect. The room has those fancy curtains that hang straight down and that you hook up with hooks that loop in the back. They look kind of scalloped when they're up. When we woke in the morning, some of the hooks and loops had been torn down and broken, like someone had pulled the curtain with some force. Others had been adjusted to be lower than they were originally. We hadn't heard anything during the night, and you need a stepping stool to reach the curtains in the first place. But that stool was in the same place that it had been when we checked in. The 2 windows facing the main road were fine, while the other 2 on the side had been messed with. My girlfriend swears up and down that she didn't do it. She's too short anyway. Plus, I'm a light sleeper. I would have heard her. It's probably just a coincidence, but an hour after we checked in, the door to the closet had already swung open. We joked that the lady of the house saw 2 lesbians walk in her room and decided to open a closet for us to go back in where we came from. We were spooked, and we still had to stay the night after that with our homophobic ghost friend, but nothing else happened. The hotel is beautiful, even if it has a heavy, eerie feeling everywhere. Apparently, there's a lot of other ghosts there besides this one, who we found out is named Clara. Several years ago, I took a trip to Wyoming. I initially considered the idea of relocating and settling down there. However, I soon realized that the cold weather was too much for me to handle. Regardless, before my departure, I found myself wandering along the roads in search of a warm place that was open 24 hours. As I strolled, a truck pulled up beside me, and 2 men kindly offered me a ride. Without hesitation, I accepted their offer. Unexpectedly, they informed me that they needed to attend to something quickly, but promised to return shortly. Trusting their words, I agreed to wait. The darkness fell and the temperature dropped. I decided to continue on foot as it became increasingly uncomfortable to remain there. After approximately 15 minutes, the men returned and pulled up beside me, urging me to get in the truck. As I turned to face them and prepare to step inside, they suddenly grabbed my shoulders and forcefully pulled me into the vehicle. A sense of panic washed over me, and an inner voice urged me to escape from the truck, as it was evidently unsafe. In that moment, I turned to the only thing I knew, prayer, and entrusted my safety to God. It was then that I heard a change in their plans. Instead of driving me to Walmart as originally intended, they revealed their intention to take me to their apartment. Remarkably, it was at this point that the voice seemed to take over, transforming my own voice into that of a deep and powerful man's. Stepping out of the truck, I bid the men farewell, expressing gratitude for the ride in a masculine tone. I spoke loudly, emitting a hearty laughter, and confidently walked away from them. The 2 men appeared hesitant to approach me. Once I had reached a safe distance, my voice returned to its usual range. Without hesitation, I made my way to the nearest police station, where I sought refuge and assistance. They provided me with the necessary support, eventually escorting me to a warm and secure hospital, where I could spend the night safely. Once again, I turned to prayer, this time seeking a bus ticket to Florida. Miraculously, my prayers answered once again. I obtained the means to travel to Florida. To this day, I ponder whether the 2 men perceived me as a man rather than a woman that fateful evening. But whatever came over me, it saved my life. Nothing, and I mean nothing, will ever be more eventful than the Thanksgiving I had in 2005. I was meeting my boyfriend's family for the first time. They were hosting us along with his sister and her boyfriend. Okay, names. My boyfriend at the time was named Arden, his sister's name was Valina, and her man was Cole. When we got to the house, it was midday, and we were the first ones to arrive. It gave me a chance to get to know his mom and dad and have their undivided attention focused on us. Both parents sat on a long couch across from us. There was a big window behind them overlooking their front deck. To the right, on the same wall as the window, is the front door. Arden and I both sat on recliners facing the parents in this big window. After talking with his parents for a while, I noticed a woman with dark, straight hair walk past the window. Her clothes were dark and plain. She could have had on a black sweater with how the sleeves went past her fingertips. She walks left to right past the window. I assume the side profile that I'd seen was Arden's sister, Valina, going to the front door. Their door has a large oval, slightly fogged glass panel. It's head level, just enough for me to see her face pressed against the glass. The oval window's light becomes blocked, filled with a truly ghastly grin. Her eyebrows were raised. I could see her prominent features, but the details of her face were too distorted by the fog aesthetic printed on the glass. A few moments go by and she hasn't opened the door. Doing my best to be polite and listen to Arden's mom tell me stories about him, I keep shooting glances over, trying to figure out if she needs help with the door or if she was waiting for her boyfriend before coming in. The face that she was making in the window was really giving me the creeps, so I kept my glances to a minimum. But the front door never opened, and nobody else walked across the deck to join her. I sneak another quick look at the front door, and I see a dirty black handprint smeared down the center panel where the face was. There's no longer anything visibly blocking the oval, and lights are once again glowing through the fogged glass. Nobody acknowledged the woman at the door, and she never came in. She also never left the deck, as there was only one way down onto the driveway from the porch, which involved passing by the living room window. And I can confidently say that I did not see the woman walk back across, as I was directly facing it. The large window stretched at couch length. I couldn't have missed it. But hours would go by without anyone new entering the house, enough time that I'd eventually forget about the woman, until we'd all hear footsteps on the 2 wooden steps leading up to the porch. Then, passing by the window was a teen with blue hair, styled in bright clothing picked straight from a Hot Topic bargain bin, followed in tow by a boy her age in the same fashion named Cole. I didn't know Valina was so much younger than Arden. The kids were nice, and I ate too many plates when dinner finally came. No idea who or what I saw that day outside the window, but it sure wasn't Arden's sister. I grew up in the 80s, and my grandparents always came to our house for the holidays, but one year we had to go to theirs for Easter. That was the year my grandfather died, and he was too sick to travel at the time. I was 8, and my mom always talked about growing up in the country, but had never taken me out there herself. Not while I was old enough to remember, at least. I asked to go all the time, but there was always something else we had to do. Looking back, I understand she was just trying to keep me away from those woods. But I used to think that we were just really busy people. We drove out there that Sunday morning with plans to stay overnight and go home Monday, but we ended up leaving early. On the way, Mom warned me that the woods were filled with wildcats and wolves, so I wouldn't be allowed to go outside. That was pretty disappointing, since the whole reason I wanted to go was to play in the woods. I was old enough to understand my mom was an overprotective parent, but too young to recognize the genuine danger in a child wandering through the forest alone. After the holiday festivities ended, my cousins went home, and everyone was ready for bed. It was like 8 p.m. For the first time in my life, I didn't complain about an early bedtime. I stayed in my room long enough to make sure that everyone else had fallen asleep, and then I tried to sneak out my window, but it was nailed shut. It was surprising, but I didn't put any thought as to why, only that I now had to sneak out the back door. I took a flashlight, lighter, Snickers bar, and a bottle of water with me to feel like I was really going on an adventure, and then I crept out without being noticed. There was a small trail I followed into the woods. I have no idea how far I went, but I walked for at least 15 to 20 minutes before stopping by a fallen tree and trying to start a fire. I wanted to use the log as a bench like they do in the movies, so I set my stuff down and started gathering firewood. Soon, I had a small pile, and I used my candy wrapper as kindling, but once it was gone, the fire went out pretty quickly. I grew frustrated when my pile of damp limbs wouldn't stay lit. I chose to continue my journey instead. I pretended to be a big game hunter, searching for a grizzly bear, never dreaming I would actually run into a predator, let alone something out of a horror movie. A few minutes later, I heard growling ahead of me and froze in my tracks. That's when the danger really sank in. I didn't know what to do, so I tried to find the source with my light, but I couldn't see anything. Even so, the growl grew deeper and more menacing, like it was angry about the light. I was instantly nauseous. I really thought that I was going to puke. A surge of panic sent me running away, and the moment I turned around, something huge began moving through the treetops, chasing after me. It sounded big, like a big baboon. I was crying so hard that I couldn't see the ground in front of me, and I tripped over something that sent me sprawling. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back, staring straight up, and the flashlight was still in my hands. Without thinking, I pointed it into the trees. I saw a hulking black furry mass. It looked like a wolf, except it was the size of a man. I only caught a glimpse before it darted out of the light and retreated several feet away. But it continued to growl, like it wanted to tear me apart. I wasn't aware of it when everything was happening, but apparently I'd been screaming my head off the whole time. It woke everyone in the house. My mom and grandmother came running through the forest, wielding a shotgun, and found me lying there. Mom picked me up and rushed me away. Over her shoulder, I saw grandmother fire around into the trees. And there was a final loud snarl as we ran back to the house. I was in plenty of trouble, but on the way home the next day, I learned what happened to my mom in those woods. When she was 16, she had a similar experience walking the same trail with a friend. They'd stayed out a little late, and it got dark before they could make it back. They heard a strange sound off the path and saw a tall black dog creature eating a huge buck. The animal was shredded, and the creature dug into the body with its human-shaped hands and long claws instead of using its teeth. That was the last time she went into the forest until she had to come save me. I understand why she didn't just tell me the truth, but I would have been far less likely to sneak out if she'd been honest. Probably. Either way, we both learned a valuable lesson from the experience. She never lied to me again, and I haven't been in any forest since that day myself. I was leaving a bar in Ballard after a friend's party in February 2021. I hadn't drank that night. I'd been sober for 12 years, and I found that one of the benefits is that you get to take your car home at the end of the night. My car was parked a few blocks down the street. A couple hours earlier, the snow had really started to come down. When it started to stick and accumulate on the railings outside the bar, I decided to give my hugs goodbye and try to make it home. It was close to 2, and the bars would be having their last call any minute. Right now, the sidewalks and roads were empty. I could hear live music and muted laughter from the tinted windows I'd pass, each filled with people who'd soon be hitting the roads. I began to jog, hoping I'd have enough time to beat the clogged-up side streets near the locks. I'd find myself passing one of the entrances closest to the botanical garden. The tall metal fence was closed for the night. It stretches most of that block. A couple feet past the entrance, the other side of the fence gets thick with shrubbery, blocking the view from the outside. I continued to walk on that strip of sidewalk parallel to 54th Street, my eyes once again fixed in front of me. That's when I caught something ahead of me that stopped me in my tracks. A pair of thin arms were reaching out from the bars. Both hands were grabbing at the air, pausing, then again lunging randomly into the sidewalk's path. The lampposts that line this sidewalk are bright. I got close enough to see the nails adorning their fingers were long and black. Before I got too close, I started walking at the edge of the sidewalk, out of reach from these 2 outstretched arms. Just before I cross its path, the arms suddenly jolt backwards, out of view, making a rush of noise as they pulled back through the leaves and away from the bars that separated us. The feeling it gives my stomach reminds me of how it felt walking through my grandma's house at night when I was young. A rising, tingling terror that makes you want to run as fast as you can. The shoes I wore that night were more business attire, and I'd come to discover how terrible they'd be for maneuvering in the snow. I nearly slipped 14 times before I got to my car, but I didn't stop running until I got there. Thankfully, my car was all-wheel drive. I barely got out of there before the roads were unmanageable, almost getting stuck more than once as I got closer to Golden Gardens. I willed myself home, though. There was no way I wanted to encounter what I'd just seen again. I just wanted to get home and forget. But I haven't quite figured out how to forget this one. There are some really, really messed up reasons to live in a haunted house. I, being of sound mind and body, don't know any of them, but I am superstitious as all hell. So when the wife and I moved up to New Hampshire, right on the Vermont border, we were looking for a place to rent for a year or two before buying a house. Now, for all the New Englanders here, my wife is a native. I'm not. She's used to New England and the vast emptiness this small area has. There are places even she won't let me travel to after a certain hour, because that route you have to take, people don't come back from. Of course, I'm not a native, so I don't know this. So when I would come home late after dark from work and tell her I took X route, she would kind of look in shock and awe at my stupidity. We found a home right on the above-mentioned border, on the Vermont side. We loved it. It was a fantastic place to live, except the basement. I could not shake the feeling of being watched and stalked, like prey. So, like any reasonable adult, I just said fuck it and didn't go down there except during the day. One night, after gaming for hours in my loft/office/man cave, I got hungry. Went downstairs, kissed the missus, and walked past my basement door towards the kitchen. I don't know if anyone reading has gone hunting, but there is a moment you sometimes experience, especially hunting predators like coyote, wolf, bear, etc. Sometimes they know you have them in your sight. Sometimes they look towards you, not quite at you, but it feels like they are boring into your soul, saying, "You got me. Make it quick." It's an eerie feeling, and sometimes you take the shot, sometimes you don't. On that night, as I was walking past the door downstairs, I saw red eyes and a humanoid figure, and I froze. I stopped dead in my fucking tracks. I gave that same look of, "You got me. Make it quick." After that momentary lapse of sanity, I just scooted real quickly away from the door, grabbed a weapon, and called my wife, saying someone was downstairs, call the police. There is no other entrance to the basement, and I had the door covered with my weapon from a safe position where I could easily run from the house. Cops show up, I disarm. They clear the house. They find no person, but a set of muddy footprints that start facing up towards the stairs, that then proceed to walk into a wall in the back corner of the basement by the water heater. For some context, the wall in question also blocked off the area directly under my bedroom. It was a solid wall with a small crawl space and about maybe 4 inches of clearance on the other side of it. Cops call detectives. Detectives check it. Can't see anyone in it. They can't enter it. Photographs are taken, shoe sizes compared. My feet are too big, wife's are too small. We got a good contact number for the detective, and the wife and I would stay at a hotel for a couple of nights. For months afterwards, I would have the same thing happen, eventually minus the cops. It actually got relatively normal. Good old red eyes in the basement, chillin' like a villain. Wife was less enthused by my antics, cheerfully just going about, and when I would spot red eyes, I'd always give him a cheery, good, insert time of the day, "How you doing?" Of which we would still have muddy footprints, and I would just clean them up. So, COVID hits, lockdowns happen, and we have an opportunity to move to a better house, one where we would be able to work from home better. The main reason the home was better was we had a mold issue in this house. It was in between the panes of glass in the windows. Every day we were cleaning it up from the windowsills, door frames. Hell, we had to replace pieces of furniture multiple times, and we are very clean people. We notified the landlord over multiple months, and eventually a year. And after their inactions, they're not helping at all, we decided to move. Landlord decided to get a housing inspector out there immediately after we left. Inspector comes and verifies there is a mold issue. I don't know if they met red eyes. However, They did find a metric ton of readings of high spore counts on the walls bordering the space below our old bedroom, the wall where the footprints always ended. So, since it was filled, the inspector scoops a little bit of the earth on the other side of the wall, through the crawl space. It wasn't earth as in dirt. It was approximately 7 feet of mold. The landlord then immediately contacted specialists to remove all of it and notified me to offer some kind of damages for it. This was in the form of refunded partial rent payments. All in all, made my 2020 pretty good, until about 3 months later. Landlord calls me and offers to send me a full refund of all rent from the time I was living there, minus what she already gave. Why? There was a corpse. The medical examiner said that it was the man who owned the property before my landlord. He was a lineman who, after talking to surviving family members, wore a size 8 shoe, smaller than my size 11, bigger than my wife's shoes by a mile. Fuck me, Red Eyes. I don't know how you got there, but hell, bud, I hope you now found peace. Sorry for not checking it out sooner. I did, after reading about his obituary and contacting his family, swing by his final resting place to drop off flowers, place a stone, and share a good morning like I used to. Till better times, Red Eyes. This happened when I was in university. My university wasn't in the same town or state that I lived in, so I couldn't commute. I wasn't exactly rich either, so I began the difficult hunt for a cheap apartment. I went to view an apartment which was in my price range, and I was really hoping to get it because I couldn't find anything else quite as cheap as that apartment, especially in the area. I felt like I was on to a winner. I was a little apprehensive, but it was the only place I could afford. When I was shown the apartment, it was described as pretty old and dingy. Not amazing, but not terrible. One thing I noticed that was strange was that the bathroom door seemed new. Its paint wasn't as faded as the rest of the paint in the apartment. I asked the landlord about it, and he said that they had to change the door because sometimes it got stuck and wouldn't open. Fair enough, I thought. The first 3 months flew by without issue, and I was enjoying my own space. That all ended one night when I woke up in the dead of night to hear a scratching sound. I went to go and check for the cause of that sound. I turned on the light and got out of bed, and suddenly the scratching stopped. That spooked me a bit, but since it stopped and I was tired, I just ignored it, turned out the light, and went back to bed. The next day I was watching TV in the afternoon, and I heard the scratching again. I pressed the mute button and waited. There was the scratching again. I stomped on the floor, and the scratching stopped. It sounded like it could be cockroaches or some sort of bug. Thinking back on it, I realized how wrong I was. It was a very strange sound. I heard those noises every day from then on. It was never at the same time. The scratching came in random intervals. I started to spend more and more time out of my apartment because of this. I guessed that those noises were probably still occurring, even when no one was home. One night when I was in the apartment, the noise was so awful it really got to me. It woke me up in the middle of the night. Another sound began to accompany the scratching sound. It was a gurgling. Whatever was making it seemed to be either frightened or stressed. I got out of bed and began to search for the cause of those creepy noises. Something deep down told me to leave it and go in search of it in the morning. I was now a bit freaked out by it. When morning came the next day, I got up as usual and started watching TV. I was a hard-working student, as you can tell. I was still thinking at this point that I had an infestation in the apartment. I heard the noises and I shot to my feet. It was coming from the bathroom. It was like something was scratching at the bathroom door. I banged on the door hoping it would stop it, like the stomp had stopped it before. But this time I was wrong. I knocked on the door and then the scratching changed to a scuffling kind of tapping. I smacked my palm on the door, and it didn't stop. The tapping continued. I didn't like it at all. The tapping grew louder, to a banging sound. The thudding on the inside of the door was making the door swell with impact and vibrating through the floor. I knew that it wasn't any infestation. I knew that there was no one on the other side of that door, too. Usually there was no one in the apartment building during the day except for me and the landlord. I stood there, frozen. I was worried that the landlord was going to come up to my apartment, shout at me for the noise, and then suddenly, abruptly, it stopped. I had to check. I didn't want to, but I needed to know if something was in there. I opened the door as slowly as I could. I was bracing myself for whatever was going to happen next. I saw long scratches and dents on the other side of the door. I was really scared and I couldn't stand being alone in my apartment, so I headed down to the landlord's apartment, and when he answered the door, I blurted out what had just happened. He didn't seem that fazed, and then the reason for that was revealed. It was as if he had heard my story time and time again. He followed me upstairs so I could show him the scratches. He sighed and then told me about a former resident. According to the landlord, there was a woman who tried to take her own life by using a poisonous gas in the bathroom. Apparently, during her attempt, she changed her mind and tried to get out of the bathroom. Like the landlord explained at the start of this story, the old bathroom door sometimes didn't open and it got stuck. She couldn't get out. The police's suspicion is that the young woman began to kick and bang with her fists against the door to try to get the attention of anyone nearby. Sadly, she was unable to escape, and even if someone happened by, they wouldn't have been able to get inside because her front door was locked. In her final moments, however long or short they were, she must have dropped to her knees and fell forward onto her stomach. She scratched at the door, leaving marks like the ones I saw that day. The sound that I had been hearing was maybe the sound of her scratching. The landlord then said, "Look, I have a lot of tenants in here, and I tell them the same thing when they realize that an accident happened in here. I probably should have told you, hey, sorry. Look, the thing is, if you hear the scratching and you show her that you noticed it and that you're aware of it, she always stops. Same with the banging. I can paint over the scratch marks if you want. No charge. How about that?" I was so angry. He should have told me before I moved in. This wasn't a joke to me. I told him that I was out of there. I went upstairs to get my things. I threw as much as I could into a suitcase and I burst into the streets. I'm now completely free from all mysterious phenomenon, but I often think about the poor woman and the noises I heard in that apartment. I'm a single mother, and I do my best to provide my child with memories he'll be able to look back on when he's my age. I didn't have that many with my mom, and it's important for me to give him what I needed at that age. Without a father, it's been my job to show him how to be strong in this world. I was watching a TED Talk, and the speaker said that fear is primarily a learned trait. Toddlers would watch their parents interact with the environment to understand it for themselves. If they see a situation and think, "Uh-oh, mommy flinched," they will start to perceive the situation as dangerous. If you're afraid of spiders, it's probably because you saw a parent react poorly to them in your adolescence. That's why I've done my best not to flinch when we're together. He's turning 10 in October, and we frequently spend our weekends going to trampoline parks, regular parks, or the movies. But yesterday he saw a YouTube video about those bioluminescent shrimp. We live a little over an hour from the Indian River Lagoon, near Titusville, and I decided, why not? Let's go on a spontaneous little trip. We hopped in the car around 8 to get there as the sun was setting. I'm brave, but not dumb. I always pack pepper spray in my purse, just in case someone were to test my mama bear fury. We pull into the lagoon, and we're one of the only cars in the parking lot. Aiden and I walk down the trail and reach the shoreline. A smile grew on his face as we got closer to the shoreline. This was the first time I'd ever seen these shrimp in real life. He and I stood at the top of the hill, mesmerized at the light show that we were seeing in the water. We walked down the hill until we found a bench to sit on, just before the concrete path touched the sand. There was a man standing in the rocks of the shallow water, quietly fishing. Every time he'd cast his line out, it would stir up the shrimp in the water, like blue fireworks in the ripples. Soon, Aiden's oohs and ahs turn into snores as he falls asleep sitting on the bench rested against me. I sat there and realized I was experiencing a rare moment of bliss and silence to myself. Moms know how cherished and fleeting these can be. I took a deep breath, smelling the salty sea air. Falling asleep next to Aiden on the bench would have been easy if I'd let myself fully relax. I noticed the fisherman had started packing his gear. When he turns around, he sees us on the bench. He must not have known we were there previously, and I think our presence startled him. Naturally, he was most likely on his guard too, and didn't know we weren't there posing a threat to him. I try to make it obvious the direction I'm looking, but keep him in the corner of my eye. The fisherman slowly grabs his bucket and tackle box, then starts walking towards us. An unnecessary angle to take if he were heading toward the parking lot. With this trajectory, I begin to wake Aiden up and get him ready to go. I also had to get my purse out from under him without yanking it in a panic. I turn and stare at the approaching fisherman to let him know I'm aware of him. He keeps looking at us, then back down as he tries to find his footing in the slippery rocks. He gets close enough for me to see that he's barefoot, wearing torn jean shorts and a tank top. He has a bushy beard and is incredibly thin. We make eye contact at an increasingly uncomfortable distance as I can see the white of his eyes. He takes another step towards us and then lets out the most horrific, stomach-turning howl I've ever heard from a human's vocal cords. It sounded like those stock screaming sound effects I'd play with in film class, like a war movie death scream. Aiden jolts awake. He's now observant of the dark figure. I flinch. This man starts swinging his arms and throwing his gear around the rocks while continuing to scream bloody murder. I grab Aiden's wrist tightly in my hand and I'm about to start running toward the parking lot, but I see the fisherman collapse onto the rocks. Suddenly, I realized I may have misread the situation. Even from this further distance, the man's growling and groaning continues, but he didn't appear to be moving, not much. So instead of grabbing my keys, I grabbed my cell phone. I called 911 to report the collapsed man in the water. I shuffle through my purse for the keys, unlock the car before handing them over to Aiden, telling him to wait in the car and to lock the doors. With dispatch on the line, I approach the man who's in bad shape, but definitely alive. I relay the information and then ask the man the questions the dispatch is asking me. Sir, can you breathe? Is it your heart? But he's just pointing towards his foot, rapidly. So I turn on the flashlight on my phone to see what I can see. I remembered the man was barefoot as I shined the light. And almost immediately, it was obvious which foot was causing the man such distress. The outside of the man's right foot was immensely swollen and red, but it wasn't just his foot. His right leg up to his knee had started to take the same discoloration. Through labored breaths, the man says it stung him. I relay the information and wait with the man and dispatch for ambulances to arrive. Once they do, I check on Aiden, who's waiting eagerly at the back window. I open the door, telling him I just need a couple more moments with the police. He tries to ask me quickly before shutting the door, what happened to the man? I told Aiden that the man had been stung. But stung by what? I didn't know. Aiden starts talking about the kinds of things that can sting in the water, and before he can get too far through his list, I tell him, just one moment, remember, I need to talk to the police. The officers are actually making their way to my car, so I didn't have to travel far to get the rest of the details. Most importantly, I learned the guy was going to be okay. He was lucky to have someone around, though. Apparently, he'd been stung by a stonefish. Wasn't sure exactly what that was, but I learned they were nasty, not-so-little guys. Aiden told me all about them on the way home, and then we watched a video about them. Truly horrifying. The pain that man must have been in. I can't believe I thought he was coming after us. I'm just so grateful I didn't leave in a panic. I think I moved next door to a witch. I recently bought a house in the country, and my only neighbor is a woman in her 50s. She lives about 2 miles up the road, and though we've never officially met, I see her outside all the time. She's usually in her garden when I drive by. And she always seemed like a harmless old lady. I didn't think anything was off about her at all until the last full moon. It was a weekend, so I was up late, smoking and stargazing on my back porch, when I noticed roughly a dozen bobbing lights down the road. I didn't know who it could be, so I quietly ducked inside and watched a group of people pass by. They were chanting something that I couldn't understand. It may have been another language, and all of the voices sounded distinctly female. On top of that, each person was carrying a gas lantern, and they were all wearing black hooded robes. Despite anything else, it's too hot for that during this time of year. It was too dark to make out their faces, but the one in the lead had the same hunched-over stride as my neighbor. There's no mistaking that waddle. I watched the group until they were out of sight and made a pot of coffee. I didn't feel like sleeping now that I knew those people were out there. Whatever they were doing, it didn't feel innocent. And that was soon proven by a distant scream. I couldn't even tell if it was human or animal, but thankfully, it was the only one. An hour later, I saw the bobbing lights return, and I watched as the robed figures passed by once more, in silence this time. I wanted to know what they were doing, but I was too afraid to traipse through the dark forest alone, so I waited until morning. Then I followed the road about half a mile down, until I noticed a small trail to my right. It was still muddy from the last rain, so it was easy to follow their footprints along the way. I almost turned around after about 30 minutes, and part of me wishes I had, but at least this way, I know to be wary around my neighbor and her, friends. After another 15 minutes on the ever-narrowing trail, I came to a small clearing. In the center were the remnants of a campfire, and a large boulder that was seemingly used as a makeshift table. It was stained with something I assumed to be blood, hopefully from a chicken, judging by all the feathers scattered about. I guess it could have been a chicken scream that I heard the previous night, but there's always the chance that my mind just wants to think that. As more time passes, my memories fade, and I begin to replace them with less terrifying possibilities. There were also several piles of rocks stacked up around the clearing perimeter, and bundles of small sticks tied together with twine. I don't know what any of that means, but I've seen similar items in various documentaries related to witchcraft. I really don't know what I should do next. Should I do anything? I considered calling the police, but what would I say? And what would happen if they confronted my neighbor? I'm the only other person who lives on this road. There would be no denying that I was the one to report her. Regardless of anything else, it feels reckless to piss off a potential witch. So far, she's never bothered me, and I'd like to keep it that way. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm going to keep my cats inside at night, especially during a full moon. My cousin and I have always been close. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in my life, when I was around 9 years old, my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of my siblings. Me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a little brother who was around 3 or 4 at the time. So having someone to play with his age was also great for my cousin, too. The first couple of nights that we spent over there were pretty normal. We woke up, got ready for school, came home, did our homework, ate dinner. We'd play for a little bit and then go to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin was also playing in the front room by himself, but having full-blown conversations with himself. I asked my cousin, "Who's he talking to?" And my cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling everybody that he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it. Me and my cousin would just continue to play. Him being 3 years old and us being 9 years old, we would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys that we would put away because they were our favorites would always be misplaced, or not in the same position we would leave them. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we were going to take our action figures and play by the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience together something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play Wolverine." And I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over. We begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we want to play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to play with our toys, but you can play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, my little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they don't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other. Like he was crazy, I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" My little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing. I'm telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing with our toys, me and my cousin started to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both looked at each other with the facial expression that described without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another, simultaneously we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes in the dish rack shaking, as if something was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We are both looking at each other like, what the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down. We peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we can see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? As me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor, about 2 feet away from us. We both look at each other, and I say to him, "Did you just see that?" And he responds with, "Yep." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations, the ones he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me a few nights ago, before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, the one that they share. They were watching TV, and all of a sudden, they could hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake, and every time they would open up their door to look out into the hallway, they wouldn't see anyone. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then, again, all of a sudden they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway. And as soon as it got close to their door, boom, the door burst open. They could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday. We were both discussing our experiences that we had with other family members, including my grandma. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousins used to live. She's been there so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartments. My grandmother decides to tell us, finally admits to us that my younger cousin's friend, Gilbert, was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claimed to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with a somewhat of a bowl haircut, wearing old-fashioned clothes, such as a button-up long sleeve, with the sleeves rolled up, trousers, suspenders. She told us the night that she first saw him, she knew it wasn't normal, so she contacted the owner of the apartments and explained to him what she'd seen and experienced. She said the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments, where my cousin used to live, a very long time ago, when the apartments were first built. He'd told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs. He's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert. I'm a social worker and counselor in Michigan. I've worked in the youth department for the past decade. The stories most of these kids have could fill pages alone, but we're talking about witches. Yes, witches. I want to preface this by saying and emphasizing that when I say I can rock a mean poker face, I mean it. I secretly pride myself on keeping my face and body calm when I'm approached in a frantic manner. At work, nobody's seen me break. I don't believe the workplace is where you should bring your home issues. As is the same when they say, don't bring your work home with you. Although, if I was asked this question on a company survey, I'd say that you should feel comfortable to express your emotions at work. Because I know this is a personal bias of mine, one that I shouldn't expect from others. So, long story short, I don't let others affect my day. Whatever's going on in my life, whatever kind of morning I've had, when I get to work, it's like stepping into another dimension. One with distractions and threads to their own stories, unattached from the ones at home. In May, a new girl started working in our office. We'll call her Annie. She's nice on all accounts, and I don't believe what she's doing is intended to be scary. Between you and me, she gives off a very interesting vibe, possibly on the spectrum. She's very honest with the things she says, like telling a coworker that she liked the way his hair looked before he cut it. She wears cat ear headphones when the atmosphere gets too loud around her. You know, that kind of stuff. But those aren't the things I'm referring to when I say scary. Those are by all means super normal behaviors that I've seen a million times. Again, this is about witches. A few weeks ago, my wife and I had gotten into a pretty big argument the night before that lasted into the morning. But when I got to work, I was pleasant, and I acted with the same work attitude I do on all other days. I was actually leaned over at the front desk, making our little old secretary laugh, as I do, when Annie walks in the front doors. I turn around and I tell her, "Good morning," rather jovial, and she says, "Oh, you're feeling rough today, huh?" I'm like, "What? No, it's a great day." And she just looks at me for a little too long, then continues in the direction she'd been walking. I remember the secretary looking at me, confused. We shared a smile and sort of shrugged our shoulders, and I carried on with my day. But it really threw me off. I reflected all day on how my demeanor could have changed enough for her to say that. Then last week, and I know this sounds so silly, but my goldfish died. She was part of my family for the last 10 years. We'd just replaced her tank with a bigger one. We think the stress of the change was too much. Honestly, it was heartbreaking. I still tear up when I spend too much time thinking about it. The day I return to work, Annie walks up to me and says, "I'm so sorry for your loss." I was so caught off guard, emotionally fragile, that I didn't even deflect or deny how I was feeling. Her statement brought tears to my eyes. All I could say was, "Thank you." Before that, I'd been fine, but after that, I walked to my car, called my boss, and faked an illness so I could just leave that day. It was like she pulled and unearthed the emotion I'd buried. Was the veil of my poker face thinner than I imagined it? Had the others around me also noticed but chose not to speak of it? The next day, feeling overwhelmed with curiosity, I asked Annie how she knew. How did she know how I was feeling? What had happened? I wasn't prepared for her response. Annie tells me that she can see things, people's energy, events. She says that she can't help it. It's like a magic power that she's had since she was a baby. Like auras, I ask her. She tells me, yes, but it's more. She says that she goes beyond linking colors to emotions. That she can also sense what's happened or is happening to someone. Like a psychic or a telepath? I didn't say this one out loud, but she answers me without skipping a beat. Sort of like a psychic or telepathy, sure. I knew you'd had a fight with your wife because your thoughts were really heavily focused on resolving that. You were really beating yourself up about the fact that you hadn't already done that, right? She looks at me for confirmation, and though dumbfounded, I manage to shake my head, signaling, yes, you're eerily correct. Then she continues, saying that her mom had it too, but that she didn't actively practice witchcraft like her mother and grandmother. Her response threw me for such a loop that I just said, "Oh, cool." And then it was back to whatever she'd come to ask me about. So maybe this is silly. I don't know how to feel about this. It feels like it's on the verge of being intrusive, violation of privacy somehow. But I obviously can't go to HR with a complaint about a coworker reading my thoughts. With an email like that, I'd be pulled into the office way before she was. Then, the more I think about the field of work we're in, the more I can't help but feel like Annie might be a real asset. So conflicted, truly. So please, any advice would be greatly appreciated. What do I do, if anything, about Annie? Last Thursday was my first time ever getting knocked out. My friend said I got dropped twice, but I don't remember the second one. The Acacia Strain had a show at the Ace of Cups in Columbus. Me and my friend Tanner are on the edge of the pit, and there's this dick making circles, swinging and windmill kicking the ring of people forming the walls of the pit. People that obviously don't want to mosh or else they'd be in there kicking and swinging. I hate those kinds of people at shows. Hated them before this incident, hate them even more now. The building was packed, making it impossible for me to just scoot backwards. Courteous moshers respect the fist-out barrier. This dick was not. I never got his name, so I'll start calling him Richard, so this won't get flagged for how many times I reference him. The Acacia Strain were only a few songs in when Richard made his way back around to our part of the circle, still jumping backwards into people on the outskirts with haymakers and Chun-Li spin kicks. I see him coming, and I have my arm stretched out. But Richard chose not to respect the unwritten rule others abide by. I was told he'd made solid contact with his elbow to my chin. Tanner could hear the crunch over the blaring music. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, but I don't collapse because of how packed the room is. My body couldn't fall anywhere. The last thing I remember is putting my arm out. Tanner told me my eyes roll back forward, and I tried going after the guy before he could stop me. It didn't end well. What I remembered next was the medic asking me questions outside. I couldn't breathe through my nose, and it felt like a bowl of water was sloshing in my head. I'd also lost a tooth. It was bad enough that they decided to take me in the ambulance to the hospital. This is where my memories differ from what Tanner tells me. When we got into the ambulance, I remember seeing another woman in there, dressed in street clothes. What I thought at the time was that she'd also been hurt at the show. But Tanner says it was just he and the medic sitting back there with me, and the medic was a dude. I swear, though, I could describe this woman perfectly. I was conscious the whole trip. At one point, we made eye contact. Tears had smeared makeup down her cheeks. Her hair was long, straight black. Her eyes were also black, like she was wearing those colored contacts from Hot Topic. She was hauntingly beautiful, so much so that I instantly became self-conscious, knowing I'd just gotten the shit kicked out of me. I probably wasn't in the right vibe to be talking game to this girl. She also didn't look like she was in the right space for that either. I tried to stop myself from turning and gazing up at her, instead trying to focus on Tanner and the medic talking guitars. I was disappointed by my own cowardice for not even introducing myself. She wasn't in the ER waiting room, and believe me, I searched. That's when Tanner was like, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Trying to find the girl who rode up here in the ambulance with us." He made a confused expression, but his eyebrows were raised like, uh-oh. He might have been hit a little harder than I thought. I didn't believe him when he told me that there was no one in the ambulance with us. I went as far as going to the front desk and asking if a girl matching my description had checked in right before me. I explained she'd taken the same ambulance as us, but the woman said no. It was a slow night, and the waiting room was practically empty. To this day, I still question if she was real or not. I could smell her perfume, feel the pressure of someone's knees leaned up against the side of the stretcher. I don't know. It all felt pretty real. When we first got married, my husband worked the night shift at his family's donut shop. A few years into being married, Mitch had started working the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, replacing his sister Lim, who'd died suddenly. I don't want to come off as insensitive, but even before his sister's death, my husband was already filling in on a weekly basis because Lim just didn't show up. She was unreliable and unpredictable. Lim's explosive temper had given my husband more than a few scars on his body to prove that her rage had existed over the years. Likely the result of parents who couldn't manage a struggling family business and keep an eye on 2 growing children. They're second-generation owners of the donut shop. It was purchased by their grandfather after immigrating to New England in the early 70s. Back home, their business was tremendously successful. They'd also invested in real estate. They'd made enough to buy a 2-bedroom loft with a vacant business for rent below it. They sold everything just to come struggle in America. Oblivious of the Western culture, they opened up a business in a poor neighborhood, across the street from an emergency room. It would prove to be both a great place for business and a terrible place for business. The location yielded just enough income for them to get by each month, and just enough hope for the family to stay invested, physically, financially, and emotionally. I'm not bitter or at all resentful about the long nights my husband had to spend away from home after Lim's passing. If anything, I was very proud of him for stepping up, and I'm wildly impressed with his entire family. And in all honesty, I often do miss Lim's loud vodka-fueled aggression at children's birthday parties or every other family gathering she's ever attended. Anyway, getting distracted. So, no, it wasn't the hours that bothered me. What was most concerning about this graveyard shift were all the weird stories he came home with. Every morning, as I'd wake up and get ready for work, Mitch would come through the door. We'd talk about his night and the upcoming events of my day before I'd head off to work. and he'd head off to bed. During our intertwining breakfasts, Mitch would tell me about attempted robberies, some where he'd actually have to pull out his gun. He never had to shoot it. Would-be robbers usually leave when a large revolver is pointed in their face. He'd recall addicts dying at the bus stop across the street almost nightly, so much so that it started to become an unmentionable point of reference when rehashing his stories. I was just to assume that, yeah, that probably happened, as well as then insert jaw-dropping story of witnessing a rat dragging a whole pizza into the sewer out back, with emphasis on there being no pizza joint anywhere close to the shop. Most of his stories, however, don't share such a light-hearted tone. Some leaving me with goosebumps just hearing them retold. This next one, it's the only one that we can't really explain, and I find it incredibly disturbing. One night, Mitch was in the back of the shop preparing the donuts for the morning influx they'd usually have just as Mitch was leaving and his mom would come in to relieve him. Getting the donuts prepped is a long process, and it always takes you away from the front. So if customers enter the shop, there's a door buzzer that would beep out in the main area as well as in the back where Mitch would be. He's back there for a while, working away at the dough, finally getting the last rack of donuts on the belt before sending them into the fryer. Mitch walks out to the front area of the shop to grab some water and brew fresh coffee. That's when he sees a tall man standing on the other side of the counter, staring straight up into the fluorescent lights. The man's gaze comes down, and he makes eye contact with Mitch. Mitch heard no sound indicating someone had entered the store. A little bit startled, he apologizes if he's been waiting, asks if there's anything he could get the man. But he's not interested in the donuts. Instead, he strikes up a conversation with Mitch about how the place used to be a flower shop that he and his wife would take trips to on Sundays after church. They talk about how a couple other businesses have changed around the hospital, and their conversation lasts long enough for the donuts to start to burn in the back. Smelling the smoke, Mitch knew exactly what it was and excuses himself to go turn off the bottom fryer. He's in back for less than a minute, but when he returns to the front register, the man he was speaking to is gone. Again, no sound. Strange, but Mitch didn't think the issue was anything more than a faulty sensor on the door. It wasn't until later that night that Mitch thought to check the security footage. He figured he ought to check how long the man had actually been waiting in the shop before Mitch saw him. 30 minutes. But that's not the weird part. The cameras captured the man entering around 1:40 a.m. Only in Mitch's words, he's not as composed. He says to me that the man walked in hunched forward, as if dramatically tiptoeing. But his shoulders, they were thrusting back and forth, out of sync with his steps, in uncoordinated rotations. When the man reaches the counter, he bends each limb individually until he's positioned standing straight. At 1:42 a.m., he bends his head backwards, opens his eyes wide, stays frozen like that until 2:13. That's when Mitch comes out to find him. 2:13 to roughly 2:40. Mitch fast-forwards the tape through their conversation to the part where he runs to the back for the donuts. Pressing play, Mitch watches himself run out of view, back into the kitchen. The man stands motionless, but only for a moment after Mitch leaves. Then, once again, his eyes open wide, and his body contorts like a whip. When he turns around, Mitch sees on the security camera. He shuffles past the exit doors into the back bathrooms. The timestamp reads 2:40. Mitch realizes he only had the idea to look at the security footage after 3. The man could still be hiding in the bathroom. The tape ends around 3:28, the time that Mitch switched it out to review. Still no sign of the man exiting. This discovery makes Mitch slam the small security control room door behind him, and he locks it. He calls the police from the phone in there, while Mitch is huddled up in there waiting for them to arrive. He takes out the footage from the second camera, which is stationed closer to the kitchen. It's been recording the whole time. Mitch places it in the small VHS player, rewinds the tape just to before walking into the control room, and lets it play. Where the first tape ends, the second camera records, as just moments after the door shuts. A figure can be seen slinking into the back kitchen, just outside the control room doors. It's the same man. He's standing, frozen, eyes wide, looking straight into the camera. Mitch almost had a heart attack. That was not the friendly man he'd just spoken to. He flipped off the TV that he was watching the tapes from, tried to stay as quiet as possible until the cops came. They came, and prior to even viewing the tapes themselves, they cased the entire building, surrounding area. No sign of the man Mitch described, or the thing he described. The two officers joined Mitch in the control room. They started to review the tapes, Mitch rattling off different timestamps, telling them what to look for. They watched the tapes all the way through, even past when Mitch had turned off the TV. There was the man, staring at the camera, until he wasn't. He didn't walk away. He didn't glitch out. He just slowly disappeared, until there was no longer a man standing there. Mitch looks at the officers who haven't said a word. They're just looking at each other. No one says anything, so Mitch asks the officers, did they see that? Did they see the man disappear? Did they see him change? The two leave the control room without saying a word, grab another officer, and call into the sheriff's office. By this time, Mitch has already called me to update me. He's called his mom, telling her not to come into the store until he figures everything out with the police. When the sheriff's deputy arrives, Mitch tells him to watch at the 140 mark on the first tape. But instead, they start removing the tapes. They'd done this before, but usually it was an obvious crime, like attempted robbery or something. And usually they told him why they needed it. More so, he was concerned why they weren't concerned by the man, his gait, the fact that he seemed to disappear in front of them. He asked them. They offered no dialogue on the topic, gave my husband a name and a number to follow up with, and then they left. It probably goes without saying, no one ever followed up with Mitch or his family, which is a sad reality for many who live in that area to this day. I mean, we tried, but life was already insanely busy for everyone at that point. Plus, it was really only Mitch and myself that wanted it at this point. His parents were dismissive of the whole thing. Life goes on, I guess. They even frequently ran into the same officers when reporting various disturbances, but no one ever talked about it. For about 2 more years, Mitch would come home with more unusual stories, more drug addicts dying, attempted robberies, which died down a bit after installing 2 additional security cameras. No more oddly appearing or disappearing men. It would appear that was just a one-off kind of thing. Mitch's family's place got bought out, or rather forced out, by the city back in 2002. Terribly sad, but by that point I think everyone was ready to move on. I know we already had, but as far as this experience, truly, what do you think it was? When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. we'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our Beachbody phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there. A place to play games inside, outside. It had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington. Absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash. After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep, and I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door. Not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now, apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now, Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guy is eventually let go from security. He has his camping pass and blah blah, but Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions, to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy, which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. this guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know. Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona, and let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend. Suddenly, we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown fur on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I tried to slow down to see what the heck it was, but all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down. It was a cool night, but I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit the gas pedal and get the fuck out of there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what the hell I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like, and animals in general, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. There's a skate park 3 blocks away from my apartment, but there's always a bunch of kids hanging around during the day, so I prefer going at night. It's absolutely terrifying how careless children can be with their own bodies. You'd think a broken bone would be enough to slow them down, but it only seemed to encourage this bunch. Well, maybe what happened to that Andreas kid will finally scare some sense into them. But I won't be around to find out, one way or another. The boy was only 12. He was trying to do his first flip and landed directly on his head. They're not supposed to be allowed to skate without a helmet, but you know how kids are. Last night, the family chose to end life support assistance, and he passed away shortly after. I went by the park earlier this evening, and it was already empty, so I stopped to make a few runs. I was in the middle of the straightway when I heard someone else coming up on me, fast, really fast. It sounded like they were about to run me over. I panicked and jumped off my board. It was a less than graceful maneuver that ended me flat on my ass, but when I turned to curse the idiot riding my tail, the night fell silent. No one was there. I stayed down for several minutes, scanning the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Eventually, I wrote it off as being on edge, got back on my board, skated for roughly 10 more minutes, just long enough to completely drop my guard before it happened again. I was in the middle of turning around when I heard someone barreling towards me, and this time, I caught a glimpse of a small form as I lost balance and fell over. It looked like a young boy. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, so the impact only left me a little shaken, but once again, no one was there, and all was silent. I don't know what to make of all this, but I wasn't sticking around to see what happened next. I only looked back when I was halfway to the next block. A lone shadow figure stood, unmoving, just outside the light of the street lamp, and the item held at their side was clearly a skateboard. I guess that could have been any kid standing there, but it couldn't have been just any kid that almost ran me down twice. There was absolutely nowhere for them to go. At the very least, I would have heard them riding away. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. I feel a little better just sharing the story in general. Thanks for reading. Update. Hey again. It's been 3 days since I posted this story. I wanted to let you all know that I'm not the only one who's had an experience at the park. There's a convenience store down the street that all of the skaters use. I ran into one of the older kids this evening. He noticed me on the way out. I could tell he was trying to work up the nerve to talk to me. I wanted to know if he saw anything strange, just as badly, so I brought it up first. His look of relief was unmistakable. He quickly launched into his own story. He too had been knocked over by an invisible skater, but he also claimed to have heard someone crying when he first arrived. He said it was the loud, anguished cry of someone seriously injured. He tried to locate the source for several minutes before the sobs fell silent. There was no trace of anyone else in the park. It's been pretty slow over there since the accident. The guy was clearly shaken up. I'm not ashamed to admit that his story completely changed my plans. I'd half convinced myself that my own experience was pure imagination, paranoia. But then this kid comes along, with not only the same story, but an even worse one. Well, no thank you. I've seen enough to last a lifetime, and there's plenty of other parks in the city. I've been on the road for what seems like a lifetime. Endless stretch of highways, the monotony of passing miles, lonesome nights have all become companions of mine. I'm a truck driver, or at least that's what I do for a living. I guess most would call me a tough guy, but trust me, I've seen things that would make the bravest of folks tremble in fear. Just a couple of years ago, I was driving my beaten-up rig along a desolate stretch of road, somewhere between reality and the darkness. My eyelids weighed heavy, but it was just a few more hours until I reached my destination. You see, those nights, they're the loneliest, when the highway becomes like a sort of canvas for strange, unworldly encounters. As I continued on, my eyes caught sight of something that made my heart seize. There, walking across the bridge highway, appeared an ethereal figure, consumed by a flowing white dress. Time seemed to slow as my truck hurled towards her, and I prepared to hit the brakes, praying she'd move out of harm's way. But just as my old rig shuddered, the ghostly apparition vanished into thin air. Now, at a complete stop, I looked forward, around, even behind. The road lay empty before me, and everywhere else. My mind questioned what had just transpired. I remember doubt danced within my thoughts, conjuring memories of ghost stories shared around campfires as a child. I stumbled out of my truck. My legs felt like they were carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Fear mingled with curiosity compelled me to get a closer look. Stepping onto a now desolate bridge highway, the concrete beneath my boots seemed colder than any place I'd ever known, as if it had absorbed the essence of that white figure. I searched frantically for even a trace of her presence, a shred of evidence to validate what my eyes had witnessed. But there was nothing. No footprints, no lingering scent, just an overwhelming void where she had once been. It was as though she'd stepped out of one reality, melted into another, leaving me questioning my own sanity. As I climbed back into the cab of my truck, a chilling realization. The woman in white, or whatever she was, couldn't be real. It defied all logic, all reason. No living being could just vanish without a trace, without a flicker of evidence. Yet, she had. Now, whenever I journey across those dark, lonesome highways, an eerie feeling never really leaves me. It's as if the invisible veil between the worlds has been lifted, revealing the existence of the inexplicable. Who was she? Why did she choose to haunt that bridge highway, briefly entering my reality and then vanishing forever? So in the past, I've only ever encountered ghostly experiences that have been frightening, even if I didn't really feel like the entity meant harm. Well, recently I started a new job. One of the things I was told was that the aircon is rarely used, as the building is somehow always chilly. Just a note, I live in a hot climate, so it's not really a normal thing. Nothing seemed off except sometimes people would get locked out of rooms even though they hadn't turned the knob to lock the door. This also happened to me once. Still, didn't think anything of it until I was alone in the building for a while. And I heard what sounded like someone pottering around in the kitchen. There's only 2 ways to get into the building. One entry was solidly locked, and the other I would have heard. Plus, if anyone came in that way, they'd have walked right past me. I checked the kitchen. No one. A little odd. Today my boss was in the office chatting to me. There were some strange noises from the front room. Like someone knocking, but with an object, and inside the building. My boss investigated, but didn't find anything or anyone. Later, the aircon had been switched on, yet no one had done it. There are only 3 of us working today, and no one put it on. It's only been in the past 24 hours that I realized which old building I'm in. I'm just going to call it Albert's building. In the past, I'd heard shopkeepers in that building complain about a ghost. Last night I dreamed I was getting phone calls from a little boy ghost. I should also point out that the room I work out of has a super thick and oppressive atmosphere, almost like the air has weight to it. I find it very hard to focus in that room. The thing is, however, I don't feel scared in the building. If anything, I feel sort of like it's a friendly spirit. Mostly because even though it's chilly in the office, I still like the aircon to be on. The other day I turned it on and another woman turned it off. I'd been a bit too stuffy. I feel like the cheeky ghost put it on for me. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just mechanics of an old building. Who knows? For reasons that I'm sure will become obvious, the names in this story have been changed. My dad was a chef for a very wealthy family from 1972 through the summer of '81. He was one of 3 in-house chefs. They would each rotate staying in one of the guest rooms for a week to be on call for anything this family may request at any hour. During the summertime, they would pay my dad extra to accompany them on their yacht, continuing his duties as chef while they'd travel the northern Atlantic for weeks at a time. At the end of one of these trips, my dad returned home carrying a pillowcase. Being the nosy kid I was, I looked inside and saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life. That night, my dad tells my mom that he no longer works for the family, that we'd be moving to Cleveland the very next morning. That night, as my parents fought in the other room, I gathered my favorite things, trying to keep as much as possible. As I listened through the wall, I could tell it was serious. My mom was crying. My dad was crying. All night I watched as they packed as much as they could fit inside our suitcases. Everything else was left behind. I was too young to understand the gravity of what was happening around me. Too young to pack my own suitcase. We arrived at the airport some ungodly hour in the morning, landed in Cleveland also in the morning. For the first 2 months, all of us stayed in a small motel until my dad found us a house in Jefferson. The pillowcase stash of money was more than enough to support us while my dad found a new job. Though I was young, I knew this was a dark time. My parents asked me not to tell any of the kids where I'd come from. They didn't even want me to use my real last name. I was of the ask no questions age, went along with this for a good percentage of my life. Years later, I was looking through an old photo album when I saw a Polaroid of me and my dad standing on that family's yacht. I remember my mom took that picture before he left to wherever he was going that time. Then I was reminded of that striped pillowcase full of money my dad had brought home all those years ago. I took the Polaroid out of the sticky clear album page, brought it to my dad to ask about the family and the random sack of cash. He told me before I was born he worked in the kitchen of a pretty luxurious casino back where we originally came from. There he met one of the owners who enjoyed his culinary skills so much, he hired him as a personal chef. We'll call him Eddie. Eddie had multiple lines of revenue he'd pursue on top of his casino earnings. Some of his associates and people he considered his friends were a couple high-ranking members of the Latin Kings and an unnamed MC from a couple of states west. My dad said almost immediately after he took the gig, he was looking for ways out. He'd almost predicted that something bad was going to happen, but he could never make a clean exit. Unfortunately, and fortunately for him, Eddie liked him a lot, his cooking even more. On occasion, Eddie would host a poker night on his yacht, invite them and their families. Those big excursions, my dad had the 2 other cooks with him, but this trip was different. There was a small crew on board for what was supposed to be a 3-day trip down the South Atlantic. The guests Eddie was hosting were his brother Robert, who my father had also become friends with over the years. He was a commercial fisherman and would drive the yacht, as well as a business partner named Wade, described as a small, nervous-looking man. My father smoked cigars with the men and wondered why he was on the boat that day. He'd only met Wade once before, when he'd attended a birthday party at Eddie's house. On their first night out at sea, Robert drops the anchor and they sit idle. My dad goes to the upper level to start the grill and prepare dinner for everyone. That's when he hears arguing from the men on the lower deck. The arguing gets louder. Sounds like it turns physical. Dad stares over the railing to the fight below. Wade's outnumbered by the brothers. He sees Robert restraining Wade's arms from behind. As Eddie punches the wind out of him, a left hook to the stomach sends Wade to the ground. My dad silently winces for Wade, only briefly closing his eyes. He opens them and he sees Robert pick Wade back up. Just enough time for him to scream, "Please don't," before Eddie shoots him at point-blank range. Immediately, my father closed his eyes, but couldn't bring himself to move. He could hear Robert and Eddie pull up the anchor, tie Wade's body directly to the metal slab, before they dragged it off the back of the boat. My father was sure he was going to be killed next. Instead, when they saw my father standing frozen on the upper deck, they insisted that he continue dinner as they cleaned up this mess. Their literal words. The 3 men shared a steak dinner that night in the yacht, idled by an anchor with Wade's body fastened tightly against it. Eddie remorsefully explains to my father that he and Robert had to do this. Wade had been trying to give tribal police some information on the casino, and it was rumored that Wade had made some less than favorable advances towards Eddie's teenage daughter. Unfortunately for Wade, Eddie had most of the tribal police department under his payroll, and he really loved his daughter. The officer called Eddie the moment Wade left his office. Robert thought that Wade would be too suspicious to get on the yacht if he didn't see my dad on board. They were both very apologetic for involving my dad, using him as a pawn of sorts. Without changing his sympathetic tone, Eddie says that he and Robert need to leave the country for a while, and that my dad and his family will have to leave the state. Eddie wasn't worried about my dad snitching. After all, he made it clear that he knew my family very well, where we lived, went to school, my parents' names. He assured my dad he could and would find us if necessary. On the boat before they docked, Eddie filled the pillowcase full of money from 2 safes inside the yacht. With an overly firm handshake, he wished my dad safe travels. My father looked for weeks. Nothing ever popped up about Wade. No missing persons. Nothing. It was sort of surreal listening to this story firsthand. With both my parents deceased now, it's definitely worth a retelling. For a graduation present, my uncle gave me the keys to his cabin for a week-long trip with my friends. The only other time I'd been out there was the 4th of July weekend when I was 10, but I remembered my cousins and I having a blast. Mostly, I was just excited to be away from adult supervision for the first time. My friends, Carla and Madison, came with me. I think we were all hoping to stay longer than a week, but we never dreamed we'd want to leave early. There were other cabins in the area, but people didn't live there year-round. It should have been another few weeks before the summer crowd came out. The first day we focused on getting settled, and the weather kept us indoors for the second, but nothing unusual happened until the third. That morning, we walked down to the lake, but the water was too cold to swim, so we explored a little instead. The trail we were on circled halfway around the lake with several diverging paths to other cabins, most of which looked roughly the same as ours. I guess the first weird thing was actually when Madison saw the blinds move in one of the cabin windows, like someone had been peeking out. But we thought she was mistaken. There were no cars or lights, nothing. So we walked for another hour until we got hungry. Then we headed back for lunch and a movie. We wanted to try the lake again that evening, but the weather had different plans. Instead, we watched other movies while we drank and made dinner. But while we were eating, my car alarm started blaring. By then it was pretty dark and still storming. So I assumed the thunder set it off, thought no more of it. Likewise, when we heard a trash can fall over, we assumed it was raccoons. The next day is when we started getting scared. There are 2 metal trash cans that sit beneath the kitchen window, and we used them enough times by then to be familiar with the specific sound that they made. All 3 of us are positive we heard at least one fall over, yet when we went to check in the morning, both were right side up again. That was strange, but we didn't truly begin to worry until we noticed my car had 2 flat tires. I only had 1 spare, so that meant we were stuck until my dad could bring a second one. We hadn't driven anywhere since our arrival, and we knew the tires hadn't been low the day before. I called my dad in a panic, but he thought that we were being paranoid. He said it was common to get low leaks on that kind of terrain. Carla and Madison called their families too, but no one could bring us a tire until the following day. Carla's mom had the same response as my dad, and Madison's parents just advised calling the police if we actually saw anyone. Words that they would all soon come to regret. We kept ourselves locked inside all day, but that night was the worst of it. We covered all the windows, but obsessively checking outside only to see nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, Carla peeked out the kitchen window and screamed when she saw a bobbing light cutting through one of the forest trails. We pulled the curtain back just far enough to watch the light grow closer and closer, until the man carrying it became visible after stepping out of the tree line. He was tall and skinny, but I couldn't tell if he was tan or just dirty. His clothes were ragged and looked to be a few sizes too big, but I was more concerned with the bat-like object he seemed to be holding in his free hand. Maybe the 3 of us could have taken the guy on his own, but if he had a weapon, at least one of us was likely to get hurt. Madison dialed 911 right away, but we knew it would be a while before anyone showed up. The dispatcher wanted us to hide, but I couldn't handle not knowing where that man was. We kept all of the lights off and quietly tracked this guy around the cabin's perimeter. He circled it twice before trying both doors and all the windows. Even though we knew they were locked, we still held our breath with each attempt. If he realized we saw him, there would be no incentive for him to remain stealthy. Every second felt like an eternity, but by the time he crawled through all the bushes to check the windows, he'd eaten up almost 15 minutes. After the last one, he circled back to the front door, and we could hear the wood bend and crack as he tried to force his way inside. All the while, 911 was still on the line, urging us to hide, insisting the police would arrive any moment. We ran to the back bedroom, barricaded the door, and then crammed ourselves into a tiny closet. We had to stifle our screams when the front door caved in, and again, a few minutes later, when the man found our room. He tried to keep the noise down at first, but upon realizing the door was blocked, he started ramming it. With each attempt, our makeshift barricade gave way a little bit more, until a loud bang confirmed that the dresser hadn't been heavy enough to do the job. We held onto the closet handle for dear life as slow footsteps paced around the room and stopped right next to the paper-thin door, serving as our last line of defense. The man's breathing was loud and congested, and he carried a strong odor of liquor. He let out a low, sinister chuckle as he jiggled the handle. But before he could try in earnest, his creepy laughter turned to angry curses at the sudden sound of approaching sirens. We couldn't understand much of what he said, but we heard his footsteps as he ran away. We didn't move until an officer gave us the all clear after they caught the guy in the woods. At first, the police thought that he was just a homeless man bouncing around between empty houses, and for years, that's what we thought too. But a few years later, we learned that the same man confessed to murdering 2 young women. It turned out he'd been a businessman who'd started using his vacation time for extended hunting trips. I think I moved next door to a witch. I recently bought a house in the country, and my only neighbor is a woman in her 50s. She lives about 2 miles up the road, and though we've never officially met, I see her outside all the time. She's usually in her garden when I drive by. And she always seemed like a harmless old lady. I didn't think anything was off about her at all until the last full moon. It was a weekend, so I was up late, smoking and stargazing on my back porch, when I noticed roughly a dozen bobbing lights down the road. I didn't know who it could be, so I quietly ducked inside and watched a group of people pass by. They were chanting something that I couldn't understand. It may have been another language, and all of the voices sounded distinctly female. On top of that, each person was carrying a gas lantern, and they were all wearing black hooded robes. Despite anything else, it's too hot for that during this time of year. It was too dark to make out their faces, but the one in the lead had the same hunched-over stride as my neighbor. There's no mistaking that waddle. I watched the group until they were out of sight and made a pot of coffee. I didn't feel like sleeping now that I knew those people were out there. Whatever they were doing, it didn't feel innocent, and that was soon proven by a distant scream. I couldn't even tell if it was human or animal, but thankfully, it was the only one. An hour later, I saw the bobbing lights return, and I watched as the robed figures passed by once more, in silence this time. I wanted to know what they were doing, but I was too afraid to traipse through the dark forest alone, so I waited until morning. Then I followed the road about half a mile down, until I noticed a small trail to my right. It was still muddy from the last rain, so it was easy to follow their footprints along the way. I almost turned around after about 30 minutes, and part of me wishes I had, but at least this way, I know to be wary around my neighbor and her, friends. After another 15 minutes on the ever-narrowing trail, I came to a small clearing. In the center were the remnants of a campfire, and a large boulder that was seemingly used as a makeshift table. It was stained with something I assumed to be blood, hopefully from a chicken, judging by all the feathers scattered about. I guess it could have been a chicken's scream that I heard the previous night, but there's always the chance that my mind just wants to think that. As more time passes, my memories fade, and I begin to replace them with less terrifying possibilities. There were also several piles of rocks stacked up around the clearing perimeter, and bundles of small sticks tied together with twine. I don't know what any of that means, but I've seen similar items in various documentaries related to witchcraft. I really don't know what I should do next. I mean, should I do anything? I considered calling the police, but what would I say? And what would happen if they confronted my neighbor? I'm the only other person who lives on this road. There would be no denying that I was the one to report her. Regardless of anything else, it feels reckless to piss off a potential witch. So far, she's never bothered me, and I'd like to keep it that way. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm going to keep my cats inside at night, especially during a full moon. This happened to me in the early 2010s, and admittedly did not happen on the Navajo reservation, but it did take place on another reservation nearby. One night, me and a friend were chilling at his house, playing games, and decided to go out for some late-night food. Being that it was past midnight, the only option was the 24-hour McDonald's. After getting our food, we decided to just cruise around the back roads for fun. The area that we were driving wasn't well known to us since we were driving on another tribe's land, but my friend had a general sense of where we were going. The road we were on led us out into the middle of nowhere. We finally stopped and pulled over on top of this big mesa, where the road went down like in a snake pattern. As I said, it was nighttime, but you could still see a long way off in the distance from our little vantage point, including house lights in the distance where the road led. After getting out of the car, I walked closer to the edge of this overlook point, started howling and screaming to hear my echo. I did that for a few minutes before I walked to the very edge and looked down. I saw a light from a window just below me, close enough to where I could have thrown a stone and hit it. I distinctly remember the light looking like it was from a candle, with the flickering, but definitely wasn't dim like a candle would be. I also recall that the windowsill portion was made of stone. It looked like an adobe house. Since I was higher up and at an angle, I couldn't see inside the window. I couldn't make out what the house looked like in general. All I saw was a light coming from a window. At that point, I turned to my friend and said something like, "Dude, there's a house just right there." As I pointed to it, "We better get out of here before they call the cops on us for screaming." My friend looked over and saw the light from the window too. He laughed and agreed. We both got in his car and split. Nothing spooky or creepy even crossed my mind that night, just that I may have scared someone in their house with my screaming. A few weeks later, me and the same friend went cruising around again, but this time during the day. We visited the same area, pulled over to look at the view. I went back to the edge of the mesa, looked over, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. Not only was there no sign of the house, but a house couldn't have been built there in the first place. It was way too steep, rocky, just boulders, sand, and weeds. I relayed this info to my friend, and he looked over the edge too. That's when we were both like, what the fuck did we see that night then? My story ends years later when I meet and befriend a coworker who lived and grew up on the reservation where the mesa overlook was. We began trading scary stories. That guy has some crazy shit that he's experienced out there. And I told him about seeing the adobe house at night that wasn't there in the daytime. He laughed and said something like, "Dude, you saw the witch house?" I asked him to explain, and he said that the area that I was in was known for being a spot that people stay away from at night. Apparently, these witches hang out there now and then, and there's a small adobe house on that cliffside, but it's very small, like something your average person would have to crawl into. He doesn't know much more than that, but says he knew plenty of stories of people seeing it lit up at night. So that's my true story about seeing a possible witch house. Just like how skinwalkers are Navajo witches, there's other similar witches for other tribes. I don't know the name given to that one that I saw, but it's a cool little story to have in my pocket. One time, my boyfriend and I went camping on a secluded part of the Oregon coast. We made a tent kind of hidden in the dunes. He'd carve our initials onto a log that we used as a bench under our tarp roof. I'd cooked a little dinner and brought it with us so that we could eat it later that night. The setting was perfect. We'd met only a few months prior, and he lived in Seahorse Beach. That night, we'd eat homemade lasagna under the glow of a flashlight taped to a stick. I crawl out from behind the triangle tent, and the beach is empty, and it's a starry sky. The moon's glow is enough to clearly see for a distance. Closer to 2 a.m, he and I have zipped our sleeping bags together and are snuggled up for warmth. He's asleep, but I'm still trying to find a comfortable position in the sand. That's when I think I hear a sound beginning to separate itself from the crashing waves. A car is driving our way on the beach. I wake my boyfriend up, and he quickly gathers as much as he can, just before he and I dive down behind a further set of dunes away from our fort. The car slows and stops near our dune. I think it's a park ranger. We hear a car door open and close, and a pair of feet begin shuffling through the sand up to us. Then the sound of a lighter gets flicked, and the tarp that we were using as shelter engulfs in flames. The person runs back to their car. We hear it turn around and drive the other direction. Just a random act of violence. All of our stuff, the tarp, our sleeping bags, they were burnt. We never found out who would have done that. We're lucky that I was awake, or we'd both be toast by now. People are gross. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guides something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. I'm not really sure how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it, but I'm a 37-year-old female and I attract psychopaths. Truly, I am 3 for 3. I only had one boyfriend in high school, and he set my house on fire after I dumped him. Thankfully, he wasn't very smart, and we were able to put it out before too much damage was done. But he made it clear through various forums that he wanted me and my entire family dead. So, psycho. I was 17 when that happened, and I didn't date again until I was 20. We took it slow at first, but things were really going well, so we moved in together after 6 months. By the 10th month, he started punching holes in the walls, slamming doors. A few weeks after I'd managed to excuse that behavior, he hit me. That's when I decided, no more. I packed my bags and said I was leaving the very next day. That's when he tried to kill me. Before I could blink, he had me by the throat, and the world was going dark. I'd never seen anyone with such pure rage before. The awful way his face looked. There's no doubt he meant to kill me. He was too strong to fight, but in my desperate flailing, I kicked over a table and broke 2 vases. For the first time, I was actually grateful for our cheap apartment's thin walls. The neighbors rushed over just as I was losing consciousness. My ex fled, but the police caught up with him later that night, and I moved out before he was able to make bail. I went to therapy for a year after that, and I didn't date again until I was 28. This guy was the prime example of everything that you see in the movies. He showered me with gifts and affection. He was gentle and understanding. And most of all, he made me feel safe. He never complained about how slow I needed to take things. He seemed perfect. I guess they always do, don't they? 2 years later, things were still great, so I went back to therapy, learned to process my trauma, and we were married before my 31st birthday. About 6 months later is when things started to change. It happened gradually, but by our first wedding anniversary, he became someone I described as quick-tempered and closed off. Then he began working late and on the weekends. One day, I checked his phone while he showered, and I learned that he was having an affair. He may have angered easily, but he'd never been violent. I truly didn't think that he was that kind of man, but he was actually the worst of them all. When I confronted him, he started hitting me, and he didn't stop until I was unconscious. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he erased the evidence and denied that anything happened. He was completely out of his mind. I learned my lesson. I pretended to believe him. I even apologized and asked for his forgiveness. I just wanted to survive until he went back to work, so I could pack a bag and get out. All I knew is I needed to get to my parents, and I could figure out the rest later. But he saw right through me. That night, he fixed a romantic dinner, poured some wine. I dared not to turn it down, but I never suspected it was drugged. I passed out before I even finished the meal. I woke up, chained to the basement wall the next morning. He'd put the guest bedroom mattress on the floor, given me a bucket for the bathroom before leaving for work. He managed to keep me there for almost 2 weeks before my parents realized I was missing. Those 12 days that I was stuck there were by far some of the worst of my life. He was a monster. When he wasn't there, I simply laid on the mattress in agony, waiting for him to return. I kept hoping that each visit would be the one that he killed me. Even when the police finally came, I almost didn't answer them. I just thought they were another dream. It's been a few years since then. I'm happy to report that the bastard is in prison, and I'm single. I think I'm going to stay that way too. Before joining a support group, I really thought that my experience was unique. Horrifying, but unique. It's sad to say that it's really not. So many women and men have been through what I've been through. It's amazing that anyone manages to trust anyone these days. Oh, thanks for listening. Sometimes it's nice to just get that sort of thing off your chest. So I live in a little farming community in Virginia. Nothing out here but cotton and peanuts and, well, apparently ghosts. I know that there was at least 2 in the store, but now apparently only 1. Number 1, he or she likes to knock things over, especially when we're talking about him or her. Him or her also likes to appear as an orb in the security cameras. Number 2, the one I'm fairly sure isn't there anymore, was a kind of, what's the word? Can't think of it, a spirit stuck in a cycle, so to speak. It was a dude in a black hoodie. Now I could easily say that it was just a trick of my eyes, were it not for the fact that I saw him over and over and over, or occasionally mistook him for a customer or one of the 2 men that I work with. The first time I realized I was seeing a ghost was when I saw this man walk from the Coke window to the beer window. I thought it was my coworker James fronting the cooler windows, only for James to then walk inside as he'd been walking the trash to the dumpster. I got kind of a cold pit in my stomach when I realized the person I saw wasn't technically there. A few times I was shocked that a customer had managed to get in the store without the doorbell ringing, saying hello as is required by the company, only to check security cameras beside my register and realize the floor was completely empty. So I began to be more cognizant of what I was seeing. The pattern happens like this. The man starts at the sodas, walks to the single beer window, then disappears. I started talking to him because I'm mouthy. You can't drink beer anymore, man. You're dead. You can think I'm crazy if you want, but my other coworker Sam has seen him too. I guess I saw him about 15, 20 times in total, but one day I saw him do something different. Instead of walking from the soda to the beer, he started at the beer window and started walking down the candy aisle towards the register, then disappeared. After that, I've never seen him again, so personally, I hope this means that bro finally found his way out of the store. Rest in peace, my dear beer-drinking friend. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party. Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, and the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off, because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek Revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses, the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living.